That's 10 in a row for your Buffalo Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1 after going down 1-0 early in the game.
Great breakup on that play by Thompson, who has the puck, scores again! Tage Thompson, that is full TNT mode in Dallas. He helped break up the play at the Sabres line, gets a ice, and the Sabres lead at 4-1 in Dallas.
They've tied the franchise record for longest win streak and look to expand upon it further. They're in Columbus tomorrow, taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Team USA Olympic rosters will be released around 8:25 this morning as well. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last game in Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury. A few other players did not practice due to a rest day. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 on Sunday, right here on the Buffalo Bills radio network. And in the college football playoff, Ole Miss upset Georgia 39-34 last night. Indiana dismantled Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Oregon shuts out Texas Tech 23-0 in the Orange Bowl, and Miami upsets Ohio State 24-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
You can't repeat the past.
Can't repeat the past. Why, of course you can.
Kelly to throw. Going deep. Wide open is Chris Burkett. He holds on. Buffalo with the touchdown.
My rookie year, final game against the Dolphins. It was Kyle Williams' last game. I think we were 5-10 at that point, but it was still packed stadium. Early on in my career, to see that, being 5-10 and being like, holy cow, like the fans here just, they absolutely love this football team. And
we're underway as New England decided to defer after winning the toss. And here's Hines on the run back, breaking a tackle and taking it past midfield. And down the sideline he goes. This is storybook. An opening kickoff return for Mhalland. And this place is absolutely going wild.
I mean, so many moments over the years of just joy and celebration and great plays made by so many of our players, Josh Allen in particular, and just sharing those moments together has been special for us.
I'd like to say to you, before the game, what I said to our players before every game. Where else would you rather be than right now?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe, and a different Football Friday. Saying goodbye to a stadium, basically. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. I've been off for 2 weeks, basically. 2 weeks ago today is the last day I worked. Hi, guys. How are you?
We all know why the Sabres have been winning, of
That's
course,
right.
lately, because he hasn't been here to say the thing that he's not allowed to say.
I'll get out of here. Wait a minute. They're undefeated since the last time I said it.
That's
correct.
That's correct.
That is correct.
I treat it more as you haven't been here to say it, and that's why they're winning.
Since I said it, it's like 7 in a row. So, of course, I don't even have to say anything. They just keep winning.
No, that's right.
And the next time I say it, the question is, will I trigger another 7-game winning streak?
Or will you trigger a loss, which is seemingly what it does.
10 in a row for the Sabres. Yeah, so anyway, thanks for holding it down, guys. I was around. I did pregame for the Eagles game. And,
I was going to say, we saw you there.
Yeah, so I was in town.
Yeah.
I was hanging out at home with the kids while the kids are home from school for a break. Yeah. And it feels like they've been home for a month. So, I'll get back to school soon next week. But it's been great. Yeah. It's been great. So, I've got a lot of takes pent up, ready to roll. But then, the Sabres went and won 10 in a row. And along the way, they won, real games.
Yeah.
And I don't even, to the 10th level, real games. They just outplayed Dallas. Here they are in St. Louis, ragdolling the Blues. Mm-hmm. You know, all right. I held Boston to 18 shots in a game or whatever it was. This is real.
I think I looked the other day that their 10-game win streak in 2018, they maybe had 1 or 2 games that they won by more than 1 goal. And in this streak, they've won 6 by more than 1 goal. And I think their last 4
Pretty
or
good.
4 of their last 5.
Pretty good. So, they play the Blue Jackets next. They should win that game. They
Tomorrow
play
at 3.
the Rangers up in this little stretch run.
They play Vancouver at home.
They should win a couple more in a row.
Yep.
Anyway, so the Sabres are red hot. That's awesome. I'm sure we'll have time for that throughout the morning. I watched the farewell Highmark Stadium video last night and then this morning. The Bills posted this 2 days ago to YouTube. 45 minutes. A look back at the stadium, the building of the stadium, and of course all the memories that have filled it throughout its entire run as the stadium for the Buffalo Bills. And Sunday's the last game, more than likely. Like, there's a very outside shot. We could see one more in there, but I think it's a long shot. So probably the last game. And I'll tell you, I did not expect to watch this 45-minute retrospective of a stadium and really get emotional about it, but I did.
Yeah.
I'm in my car. It's like, whew. It was hitting hard. There's dusty in here.
Yeah.
All these memories, all these greats, the moments along the way, the 90s, the generations of fans that come together, everything. So we've got a big show with that in mind. Sal's going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock as he does on a Football Friday. Chris Brown at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, we're going to talk with Bill Whippert, who's the chief photographer for the Sabres and the Bills. And he posted yesterday how he's been taking pictures in the stadium for 45 years. And I said, all right, well, it sounds like we should talk to Whip about that.
Almost the entirety of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
pretty close to it.
My entire life he's been taking pictures. And, he's well known around this area. And I called him and talked to him and said, just telling us your views, your memories in that stadium. Everybody should be heard from. So we'll talk to Whip coming up at 9 o'clock, 7:45, the return of Flyover Radio. We got a flyover coming your way on
Got to have a
Sunday.
flyover for the last game, right?
The last flyover.
We've only had 1 this year? 1 or 2?
I think it's only 1 this year. 1 or 2. Yeah, 2.
I mean, the rain last week would have made it.
Canceled that one.
It was so much rain.
They scrapped that one.
Yeah.
This one will be helicopters again. We're going back to helicopters, which was the Winter Classic. The Winter Classic in that stadium. That's one of the things I noticed from Bill Whippert posting yesterday on social media was not just Bills games, but the Winter Classic and the World Juniors and concerts. Here's Mick Jagger. Here's so-and-so. And, here we go. Saying goodbye to an old friend. To
all
the
the
Highmark Stadium.
Sal brought up with me, all the high school games over there. So many of you listening might have even played in that stadium. We debated whether I played in that stadium because I was active for a game but did not play a snap. Does that count as having played in the stadium? I don't think I didn't think it did.
No snaps, but you were active?
I was active. I had the helmet on the sidelines, but I never checked in. Does that count?
Who's the Bill that is best known for that? Mr. So-and-so.
Right.
Mr. Active but no snaps.
Did Terrell Pryor ever play a snap for them?
Yeah.
While he was active? Sal had a pick in the stadium.
Nice.
So,
nice.
Some of you out there might have that.
Yeah. But I got emotional. I really did. The drought team will do that to you, the drought breaker team. When they start showing the highlights of that season and the music hits and here's somebody talking about how it's 4th and 12 for Andy Dalton. And oh, here we go. That was 8 years ago yesterday. New Year's Eve, right? That's New Year's Eve.
That's New Year's Eve 2017. Yeah.
8 years ago, New Year's Eve. And saw clips of that and the videos of people in their houses or bars, whoever, going nuts. I can remember where we were. Just these memories of this stadium. A lot of you been listening and been going for 50 years. And for me, it's been 25 years, something in that neighborhood. Gone to a lot of these games, of course. A lot of losses, a lot of terrible games, a lot of great memories. And it's been so nice to, kind of change the script. And it goes out. Granted, they lost to the Eagles last week, and who knows what happens against the Jets. But it's going to go out on a high note, right? We all feel good about it.
Yeah, do you like that the game doesn't really have any meaning other than the stadium closing?
Probably not. I mean, I wish it had meaning for them to get something.
Sure.
I'm glad it's not
the season ends there, and then suddenly the final day doesn't become about the final day. It's all about, if they lose a playoff game to the Chargers in the stadium, then no one is thinking about that the stadium's done. It's why did McDermott do this on third down?
Yeah, we really get to focus in and celebrate and say goodbye.
And it's, yeah. So I think there are positives to it being a game where there really isn't a lot to play for or meaning behind it other than this is it. Let's close down the stadium on Sunday.
Yeah.
Again, that's all of it.
Yeah.
Like 5 seed, 6 seed, it's not enough to really even come close, I think, to coming over top of this is the final game there.
No, I don't think so. And
and I'm with you, like it's 1% that they're going to, if they're the 6 seed. And
the 7 seed has to advance all the way through.
Right, they and the Chargers would have to win both of their first 2 games, and the odds of that happening are like very, very, very slim.
Maybe we should pick that in this crazy topsy-turvy AFC season. That should be what we expect. So 803-0550, if you want to share some stadium memories, I know you've been talking about them during the week, like games you went to, weather games. Can I tell you, I've had another overarching thought this week as we get closer and closer and closer to it. I didn't know when to save this thought on the stadium for, but I'm here for it today, which is I'm so glad that on Sunday we're not saying goodbye to the outdoors.
Yeah.
Imagine some of you did want a dome, and that's okay. Like anybody can want what they want. The moving of one stadium to the next is about the next stadium. And it's not like we're moving out of that part of town. So if you park in the same parking lot for the last 10 years, chances are you maybe still park there. You can drive the same distance. How long does it take you to get to the stadium? Well, it takes me 37 minutes. It's still going to take you 37 minutes, right? It's not going to be where you all of a sudden are driving to Amherst or Batavia or, Toronto. So a lot of that is the same. But I keep having this thought as we're going to be there on Sunday. My whole family will be there. Like we're treating this game, it might as well be the AFC Championship game. As everybody's going to be at this one for the finale.
Yeah.
And I think, man, imagine if we were sitting here in our jackets all bundled up and saying like, well, next year we'll just be inside.
Yeah.
To me, that would feel like losing
saying goodbye to the sun also.
Yeah.
During football games.
And I'm very glad about that. I had been a domer. I don't mean to turn the conversation into that, but I had been someone that wanted that and then completely changed my mind while at the stadium. It was the perfect game against the Patriots. It's my origin story for never send me inside ever again. Right. I just want to be outside forever. So we will, and that's a great part of it. That we've still got that.
But you won't be wet like you would have been on Sunday.
That's right. The game will be outside, and I'll kind of feel maybe like I'm inside. So that might be the best of both worlds.
Right, I really think it is.
Yeah. So, whatever. These memories, these moments, I had the thought to ask you, like you guys, knee-jerk reaction, what's the best catch? What's the best play?
Catch.
What's the best run?
Yeah.
What's the best interception?
Yeah.
Could we give out
need a list.
The awards of the best ever plays in the stadium? And, memories, this and that. Taron Johnson's pick six. I mean, the time Lee Evans caught a ball against his head against the Chargers, right? Like, what are the best plays?
Bonus points for that one because you would have had to be there to see that live because I'm pretty sure the broadcast
That's
was
the one
like
that was
it lost power.
Yeah, okay. That's the weather balloon game?
Yeah, I didn't see. I listened to that catch on the radio because the broadcast was down.
Yeah, he pinned it against his head.
Yeah.
Very Mario Manningham style. Right?
Yeah.
David Tyree style.
The Ralphie Awards, if you want. The Ralph Awards.
Sure, the Ralphies.
Yeah, the Ralphies.
The best plays ever.
Yeah. What's the
best?
Good. This is good.
What's the best run? What's the best? Is the
best run immediate first gut reaction is LaShawn McCoy in the snow in overtime in 2017.
Right.
But there are probably going to be runs. There's probably a million good ones. I mean, I'm sure we would have fans that go back to the 70s that have like a list of OJ runs and there's Thurman runs, right? And there's a lot of those too.
Speaking of OJ, this retrospective shows more OJ in a Bills uniform than I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Right? It's not the kind of thing that often gets shown a lot with, obviously, we understand why.
Reasons, yeah.
But for telling the story of the stadium, I don't know that I've ever seen as many highlights of OJ playing for the Bills as I did in that clip.
Right.
So, I mean, you could see how good he is. And Joe D talking about him and how Joe Ferguson talking about him, how they came to see OJ. They came to see OJ like they come to see Josh. So, it's wild that we're really saying goodbye. Here it is. Last game.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how emotional it will be on Sunday. I mean, I think, people are saying goodbye to memories there. You're saying goodbye to maybe people that you experienced that stadium
neighbors
with that are no longer with us and neighbors that maybe you don't go with. Like, there's going to be a lot of that. I'll have some of that on Sunday. Yeah, and it's beyond the football team. It's 99% the football team, but yeah, like the Winter Classic, I'm sure is elite for this. Just who you experience games with, who I went to the World Juniors game with, the U.S. and Canada matchup, which was actually awesome, an awesome event to be at, which I'm glad I got to because I did not go to the Winter Classic. So I'm glad I got to see a hockey game there at all. That was also freezing cold and windy and snowy. But, man, if you were also, though, a fan that grew up during the drought era, it's tough. Like, when you think of best catch, best run, what they've done recently factors in, I think, the meaning of all of the plays and all of the games. And then suddenly I think you go, like, when we were talking about this the other day on Wednesday or wherever we were here talking about, like, stadium memories, and I thought, like, is 2011 Patriots... Like, I almost felt bad saying it's one of my top memories there because you look back at it now and go, well, no, I mean, no, they were 3-0 and then they lost, 7 games in a row after that or whatever.
Yeah,
I can't answer that question. It's embarrassing.
They're all moral victories looking back.
Right,
yeah.
Right. So, like, can you answer it that way? Like, they're going to be – someone brought up the Colts opener when it was Rex's first game, and I was there for that.
That's right. Percy Harvin touchdown in that game.
The pop of the stadium when Percy Harvin scored that touchdown. We were trying to figure out what the loudest moment in the stadium ever was, and someone brought that up. I'm like, I remember that play, and it was loud in that stadium when Percy Harvin caught that ball. But now I look back at it and go, I can't answer that game. Bills beating the Colts with Tyrod and Percy Harvin. They win 8 games. Like, that can't be the answer.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like, for me, like, my memories are starting to, like, okay, what meaning was behind it as well? Like, even if it's not a playoff game. When they smoked Miami a couple of years ago, after they had scored 70 points, it wasn't just, we're great and we're going to the playoffs because that's who we are now. It's, oh, yeah, you think you're on our level, and then everybody just basking in. No, you're not.
Yeah.
And just ripping off touchdowns one after another. I mean, there's a million examples like that. But, like, I don't want to just confine myself to all the best plays happened just when Josh Allen or Jim Kelly played.
Yeah,
but those are going to be the two best stretches by far ever.
Did Lossman do anything crazy good? Did he have like a really good game? Like E.J. Manuel throwing to Stevie Johnson for the game winner against Carolina felt great. Like a young quarterback has his moment.
Yeah,
that felt awesome. But right, for best throw, I'm over here inclined to say like Josh Allen or Robert Foster against the Jags.
Because his rookie year? Yeah, that's a good one.
Whatever. Like moments that you remember or players that you remember. Or you're right. It's about, I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And where
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No. Now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. Like, and the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said, like, we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Like, yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional, just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. Like, he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. And, yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends, right? We already know that there are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which. I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, Right, so they're doing that again. The I was there coin. Good idea.
Yeah. If you could hit a time machine button and you dropped into one game that you didn't go to at that stadium, what would it be?
Ooh, one game that I didn't go to.
Yeah. I have an easy number one.
I have an easy answer, too.
Okay.
It's the 2011 win against the Patriots.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be your answer?
I didn't go.
Okay.
I didn't go. And that's...
You saw that era of football, though.
But that's why I didn't go.
Right.
I didn't go to that game because I actively said, what am I going to do? Watch them get stomped by New England again? No thanks. I'll sit this one out. And then I had to watch it from home as they win. And, I mean, other games I've been to.
I don't know if I like this. Like, before, though, it's a time machine. You can go back wherever you want.
Oh, like 51-3?
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I'm going to 51-3.
Sure.
To go to the Super Bowl, by the way. Like, I'm definitely doing that. I'm not doing a Fitz game.
That's
no
fair.
offense to Fitz.
I mean, 51-3. I'm not really at all a Bills fan at that point.
Yeah.
So if I could go back in time,
you're yourself now, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. 51-3 is probably pretty.
51-3 would be awesome. Wait, it was 48-0 at half.
Maybe the comeback game. That'd be a good one too.
Yep.
There were empty seats. We know that.
Would you have left?
Probably.
You would have.
I mean, you've already won a bunch, and not our year.
Yeah,
I might have left. It depends. Am I trying to beat traffic to get home because I got a babysitter to take care of, to get out of there?
Yeah,
there's factors. People leave games. There are factors.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to give us a ring. Let's talk about the stadium. Let's remember it on this Football Friday and talk about it with you. Rob in Connecticut is up early. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Yes, I'm always up early with you guys, Hey, Jeremy, it's great to have you back. It was like a part of me was amputated when I didn't hear your voice all week. I mean, Joe and Owen hold it down, but there's just something about you that brings a lot to this station. Really appreciate it. Joe, great question. If I could go back in time, the time machine, knowing that it was the comeback, that would be the game that I would definitely go back to, the comeback game. I was thinking about super fans. I could not help not to think about Pancho Villa. That was something whenever I was able to see and watch on TV, you would always see him dressed up. I remember him at the draft when he was calling out one of the players, announcing one of the players that we drafted. But Pancho Villa was he was a super fan to me, so that's a great memory. He was in that stadium, and he got to enjoy every moment of that. So, it was sad when he passed away, and much love and respect to his family that still carry his legend with the Buffalo Bills. But go Bills, and have fun, guys, Sunday. I'm so jealous, man. I said it the other day, my biggest regret is not ever being at that stadium for a game. But there's always the new stadium.
Yeah.
But thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Rob. I mean, you've got me thinking about people that'll go and, maybe part of the emotional scene on Sunday is being there and you're not with someone that used to go to games with you, whether that's a parent, a family member, a friend, whatever. Like, you used to go to games with this person and they're no longer with us. Like, that's a part of the ending of this era of Highmark Stadium. Into the new Highmark Stadium, which is, right there. We've been seeing that for a while. 803-0550. I also had the thought that the camper lot moving has kind of given me it's been a little bit of a primer for all this. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, you had to move. Oh, all right. And we went somewhere else, and it's good. It's fine. It's maybe better.
Yeah.
Like, that changed a lot of what we did at these games. So it's almost like our process of moving into the new stadium, those of us in the camper lot, started 3 or 4 years ago because, here, you need to move your seat. All right, we'll go over here while you guys are building this thing. So kind of prepped us for moving, but it's going to be wild. Sunday will be the red helmets look pretty good, by the way. The pictures
the red helmets look very good.
Because the red helmets, the
pictures almost look fake.
Some of them do. They almost look like they're like these pixelated. It's such a bright red.
Yeah, right.
But they do have a stripe that is appropriately matched, which I think in 2001 the stripe didn't match. There are pictures going back to...
Because it was navy, right?
Yeah, like the Bledsoe era red helmets had colors that didn't perfectly match, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But these ones do, and I think it's going to be pretty great. So Sunday, the Jets, how they should handle it, the playoff field, all that kind of stuff. One more ride at Highmark Stadium. We'll talk about it with you at 803-0550. Your memories, along with Sal Capaccio, Chris Brown, Bills and Sabres chief photographer Bill Whippert coming up at 9 o'clock, Flyover Radio, some chatter along the way about, like I said, what to do, the Sabres and their 10-game streak and whether they can stretch it to 11 or 12 or 13. It's all coming up. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. In the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No.
Okay.
No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. We sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. And the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake, because we're all going to say goodbye, but there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said we were kids in this house, and I that one really hit me. Yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where, with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional, just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. He looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus slot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends. Right, we already know that. There are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea. So 803-0550, if you want to share some stadium memories, I know you've been talking about them during the week, games you went to, weather games. Can I tell you, I've had another overarching thought this week as we get closer and closer and closer to it. I didn't know when to save this thought on the stadium for, but I'm here for it today, which is I'm so glad that on Sunday we're not saying goodbye to the outdoors.
Yeah.
Imagine some of you did want a dome, and that's okay. Anybody can want what they want. The moving of one stadium to the next is about the next stadium. And it's not like we're moving out of that part of town. So if you park in the same parking lot for the last 10 years, chances are you maybe still park there. You can drive the same distance. How long does it take you to get to the stadium? Well, it takes me 37 minutes. It's still going to take you 37 minutes, right? It's not going to be where you all of a sudden are driving to Amherst or Batavia or, Toronto. So a lot of that is the same. But I keep having this thought as we're going to be there on Sunday. My whole family will be there. We're treating this game, it might as well be the AFC Championship game. is everybody's going to be at this one for the finale.
Yeah.
And I think, man, imagine if we were sitting here in our jackets all bundled up and saying like, well, next year we'll just be inside.
Yeah.
To me, that would feel like losing
saying goodbye to the sun also.
Yeah.
During football
And
games.
I'm very glad about that. I had been a domer. I don't mean to like turn the conversation into that, but I had been someone that wanted that and then completely changed my mind while at the stadium. It was the perfect game against the Patriots. Where like, it's my origin story for never send me inside ever again. Right. I just want to be outside forever.
It's 10 in a row for your Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1. They've tied the franchise record for longest win streak and look to expand further on it. They're in Columbus tomorrow taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Team USA Olympic rosters will be released around 8:25 this morning as well, so we'll see what Sabres end up on the list. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last game at Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury. A few other players did not practice due to a rest day. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 on Sunday right here on the Buffalo Bills radio network. In the college football playoffs, Ole Miss upsets Georgia 39-34 last night. Indiana dismantles Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Oregon shuts down Texas Tech 23-0 in the Orange Bowl. And Miami upsets Ohio State 24-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
This is for the win. The Buffalo Bills have defeated the New England Patriots. They stopped the 15-game losing streak.
Marv Albert.
15-game losing streak.
That's a lot of losses. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's Football Friday. Plenty of chatter to get to about the Bills and the Jets. We'll also talk about our Sabres and their 10-game win streak, talking about Highmark Stadium and saying goodbye. Joe asked the question, if you had a time machine and you can go back to any game in the history of the stadium and attend it, what game would you pick? You picked 51-3. I had a different thought. We could use the time machine and have it be a new fantasy football last place punishment. I could send someone to the 6-3 game. You finished in last. You got to go. You're going to go sit in that stadium for 3 hours and watch them lose 6-3 to the Browns.
Yeah, that's a
on
tough
a Roscoe Parrish muffed punt.
Yeah.
3 hours.
They were in it at the end, weren't they, though?
That game?
Like, weren't they driving at the end of the game, or am I confusing with 8-0?
I mean, driving might be a tough phrase for anybody in that game.
Okay, I have to be thinking of the 8-0 game than Cleveland then, because they had throws into the end zone at the end of the game.
8-0, they indeed were driving.
Okay.
Or they had driven to about like the 8-yard line.
So 6-3, they were not doing that.
6-3. It's a beautiful game.
Would that be the most miserable?
No, the most miserable is probably weather-based for me. You know, we've all got our bad game. How many times have you been cold in the stadium, right? Everybody has been.
Yeah.
And then that's when you buy better gear. The famously, whatever, this is like the weather event. I could bring this up every couple of years. The game against the Giants is the worst weather game I'd ever been to. The game against the Giants was rainy.
2009?
Maybe 2009. That sounds right.
2010?
Yeah.
Ahmad Bradshaw ripped off like an 80-yard touchdown.
I believe you. I left after the first quarter because of the weather.
Okay.
Because
after the first quarter?
Yes.
Wow.
Because that was the day that it rained and then the temperature dropped 40 degrees.
Okay. Man,
so,
imagine I don't think I've ever left a game before the halftime.
It's one thing to get rained on. It's one thing for a weather event to come on. Like, I think I was wearing jeans that day.
Yeah.
And my jeans are wet, and then the temperature drops, and my jeans froze into place. So
listen, I might have preferred that from Sunday because I made the critical mistake I mentioned of wearing jeans to the Eagles game, and they never dried. Is that you're saying frozen is worse than that?
Imagine that you had that exact scenario, and, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
because that's what happened against the Giants.
It'd be like a cartoon. Can I like kick a wall and my pants would shatter? Like
that's what it felt like. I got in the car and took my pants. I took them off to drive home.
Yeah,
it was so cold. Giants game. Yep.
Bills-Niners 2008. I'm at that game. It was 10-3. The Niners won, and it was like 40 and raining the whole day. That was miserable. Miserable.
Yeah,
Edwards got hurt early, I think, and Lossman came in and couldn't do anything. Terrible football game.
It's all about preparation.
It was like end of the season, too, so they were far and away out of it. Yeah, not good. Not good.
803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. So Josh Allen's not really practicing this week, right? He's not going to play?
No, I don't think
he's going to take a snap and then get out.
He's going to keep the start streak going, and I think that is about it. I don't think they care about him. I would guess they don't care about him hitting a 40-touchdown benchmark enough, which he's one away from. There's no real incentives that I saw that are worth him going for in his contract. There was a list I saw, and he wasn't listed on it. So maybe there's something that's like award-based. But, yeah, I think you don't do anything with him at all. You play him one snap, and you keep the start streak going, and you'll get half a dozen people in national TV going, oh, this shouldn't count. Because we got that last year. But that's it. You pull him. There's no reason to risk him in any way, shape, or form.
The reason it counts is because there's a very clear difference between that streak and Brett Favre laying down for Michael Strahan. Allen could play if he wanted to.
Right.
And they're going to have him take a snap. Like he started the game, and then coach's decision, we don't need to win this game, or whatever it might be. Like you pull him out because you have the option to. It's not like you went out and gave him a free touchdown. He's able to play. He would play if they needed it. They don't need it, so they've kind of earned the right to play him for one snap.
I did have one thought that I decided probably not meaningful at all, so I don't think they'll act on this. But the only thought I had that maybe Allen could get a series. Beyond when we talked to Joe Marino on Wednesday, Joe Marino laid out like he thinks the offense with Allen should play a series or two, like a preseason game. Because
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they play a quarter.
Yeah, because they just got to get more on the same page right now, right? Like the offense was bad last week. I thought of it from a different perspective is, would Allen personally not want that final Eagles throw to be his last throw at that stadium? Would he care about that at all, or would he not even think about it?
Because
it depends. Like, what type of person are you? If that were me, if that were the way like that I used to be with sports, like I would be thinking about that all week. I do not want that throw to be my last throw at the stadium. So give me a series.
And you're playing a Jets team where, I mean, come on.
Oh, you should be able to light them up.
Right. If you want to play two series, you should have at least one touchdown. Like finish it with a touchdown pass to Dawson Knox and ride off in the sunset.
James Cook's probably the bigger question for Sunday because he should not play, but rushing title.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the number? Because Taylor plays before him, and you're 47 up. So if he gets 80 yards, do you want to keep him out there for 33? What if he gets 100? 53? Like, what's the number where you decide it's not worth going for?
Yeah.
Because if it's 10, then you're going to do it. But if it's 70, you're going to keep him in that long? Like, I think Cook is probably the better question for how much he plays.
Hopefully Taylor just doesn't pass him and it doesn't become an issue.
He doesn't get to 47. He plays Houston, so he
might not.
He really might not get to 47.
Not. Meanwhile, Derrick Henry, I said earlier, like maybe heading into last week, he was within striking distance. Now he's a good solid like 140 behind. But Henry, after that big game against the Packers, had kind of pulled closer.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if Taylor doesn't get his 40 yards, then 47 yards, 48 yards, then that's an easy decision. Like, all right, James, congratulations. You already won the rushing title. Take a seat.
Yep. You're on the bench.
Pursuing it, though, that's a little tougher. Like, really going for it, that's a little tougher.
Again, I think it depends on what the number is. What should the number be where they say it's not worth it?
Like if Taylor had 200 yards,
well, then you definitely don't.
And it's like, and Cook's got to go for 150. But you're not going to feed him all day to try and get.
What's the highest the number could be where it's worth chasing? 30?
44.
44.
44 yards.
All right.
You're allowed to go after 44 yards. You have a half to do it. It's the Jets.
Yeah.
You have a half to do it. That's
no more than that, though.
Even then, like the really smart thing is to not play him at all. That's the really smart thing to do.
Right, because he is critical to their playoff run.
Indeed. Last year, I thought Barkley should have played, but again, that was only because it was league history, not just the year's rushing title. Right. Which, again, it's an accomplishment. It's a great accomplishment. It's an accomplishment for Cook. It's an accomplishment for the offensive line. But
do you remember what Barkley's number was? Wasn't it over 100? Wasn't it a big number?
It wasn't that big. It was definitely based on how well he was running the ball last year. It was within striking distance. I thought he would, and he was playing the Giants, was he not?
Yeah, that's right. He was going against his former team, which is another reason why I thought they were going to go for it. He needed exactly 100.
Okay. I think he would have.
So he needed 101.
Yeah.
And like if Cook needs 101 for the year rushing title, that's not worth it.
No, I agree with that.
I agree though that last year, like if you're the most all time, then they should have done it. I guess maybe something could have happened and they would have won the Super Bowl, which they did end up doing. But yeah, Cook is critical. I mean, there's a list. We can go through with Sal too. Like I don't know, there's 5 to 10 players that I think are pretty high priority, not worth playing. Like Joey Bosa should not play in this football game at all. But then there's guys that need incentives. So, like I think Bosa gets an incentive with one more sack. So does he want to play? Like I think juggling all of that is more a story this week than I think actually winning the football game. I think there's an argument that losing the football game is better anyway. Depends who you want.
It depends.
And I want New England, which means I want the 7.
I'm with you. I think they should. But how do you do that? Are you going to be?
No, I'm not doing it on purpose.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But losing the football game gets you to the 7.
Now I'm playing New England.
Only if New England beats Miami. Does New England beat Miami?
I think so.
Miami did just beat the Bucs, who were trying.
The Bucs have lost. The Bucs won a football game in the last month and a half.
They beat a team that is in a playoff race, and they did it. And here's New England with a bunch of injuries, and they might decide that they don't really need it either.
Okay.
If you're New England, I mean, I don't know if you'd go this far. You probably don't. You'd probably want to be the 2 instead of the 3. But if I'm the Patriots and I have a chance to play the Chargers or the Bills, who do I want to play?
Oh, I want to play the Chargers if I'm them.
I don't know what the right answer is. I think the Chargers and the Bills might be pretty close.
The thing is, New England, I don't know if they're set up to take advantage of the Chargers' biggest weakness.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not sure the Bills are set up to take advantage of the Chargers' biggest weakness. Some teams are,
but they probably won't play the Chargers.
That's right. That's right. So if you're New England, I mean, the Bills did beat me, and that's like daddy in the division versus the Chargers coming all the way from the West Coast to New England for a game. You'd probably prefer to get LA. 803-0550. It's Football Friday. Talking about Bills, Jets, talking about the playoff picture, and at some point, I'm sure you've talked about it. It's my first day back in 2 weeks. I want to get to the phrase I've heard so much, like if not now, when, for Josh Allen and the Bills, which to me, I struggle to make sense of why we would talk about them that way. But we'll get into it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR on a Football Friday. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No.
Okay.
No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. And the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake, because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said, like, we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional, just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened, and that's something that Tasker was saying. Like, he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends, right? We already know that. There are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea. So Josh Allen's not really practicing this week, right? He's not going to play?
No, I don't think
he's going to take a snap and then get out.
He's going to keep the start streak going, and I think that is about it. I don't think they care about him. I would guess they don't care about him hitting a 40-touchdown benchmark enough, which he's one away from. There's no real incentives that I saw that are worth him going for in his contract. There was a list I saw, and he wasn't listed on it. So maybe there's something that's like award-based, but yeah, I think you don't do anything with him at all. You play him one snap and you keep the start streak going, and you'll get half a dozen people in national TV going, "Oh, this shouldn't count," because we got that last year. But that's it. You pull him. There's no reason to risk him in any way, shape, or form.
The reason it counts is because there's a very clear difference between that streak and Brett Favre laying down for Michael Strahan. Allen could play if he wanted to.
Right.
And they're going to have him take a snap. Like, he started the game, and then coach's decision, we don't need to win this game, or whatever it might be. Like, you pull him out because you have the option to. It's not like you went out and gave him a free touchdown. He's able to play. He would play if they needed it. They don't need it, so they've kind of earned the right to play him for one snap.
I did have one thought that I decided probably not meaningful at all, so I don't think they'll act on this. But the only thought I had that maybe Allen could get a series. Beyond when we talked to Joe Marino on Wednesday, Joe Marino laid out, like, he thinks the offense with Allen should play a series or two, like a preseason game. Because
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they play a quarter.
Yeah, because, like, they just got to get more on the same page right now, right? Like, the offense was bad last week. I thought of it from a different perspective is, would Allen personally not want that final Eagles throw to be his last throw at that stadium? Would he care about that at all, or would he not even think about it? Because it depends. Like, what type of person are you? If that were me, if that were the way like that I used to be with sports, like, I would be thinking about that all week. I do not want that throw to be my last throw at the stadium. So give me a series.
And you're playing a Jets team where, I mean, come on.
Oh, you should be able to light them up.
Right.
Taylor's going to take a shot. He's got his man Harvin caught in the end zone for the Buffalo touchdown. 51 yards as Harvin beats Darius Butler.
You know, it's a good conversation about the stadium is tell us a time that they weren't good, but you were convinced, oh, yeah.
Oh, I was so bought in.
We're good now, baby.
I was so bought in that day.
The opener against the Colts, Percy Harvin.
See, that's where, like, that comment makes me hear that clip and go, oh, we're playing this? Like, best moments at the stadium ever, Tyrod to Percy Harvin. Really?
You feel like it's cringe, basically?
I don't know whether to consider it cringe. I think I am cringing at it. But I was there and bought in, and it was fun, and it was great, and, like, that's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So
is it not?
And I don't want to just eliminate everything that isn't Allen or Kelly.
Right. Is it not the same as when you find a picture of yourself from high school and look at your hair and think, man, look at this guy.
That's probably right.
He was loving life.
Yes.
Look at this person. And right now you look back and think, I can't believe I thought that was cool.
Yeah, that's exactly
right. But
yes.
Hey, that's where I lived. 803-0550. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law Car Crash. Call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Jonathan in Wisconsin calling in. Hey, Jonathan, good morning.
Morning, guys. I was at both the 6-3 Browns loss and at the comeback game. And some of the things about the comeback game I wanted to remember was the week leading up to it. Jim Kelly had been injured against the Oilers in a loss the week before, and so everybody knew we were going in with Frank Reich, who was kind of like Mitch Trubisky, well-liked, but people didn't yet have, that confidence that they had after the comeback game. And also the weather forecast, it's January 3rd was the day of the game. The weather forecast going into that week was terrible rain. And I was thinking about that last week going into the Eagles game. It was like that was the weather forecast for the comeback game. It was going to be, everybody was thinking, am I really going to go and watch a wild card to a team we just lost to in the rain, with our backup quarterback? And then it turned out to be an amazing game. And personally, what I want to remember going into this week and what I've thought a lot about with the stadium is that's the only game that I ever went to with my dad and my brother, who had just moved to California after graduating from college and was back for the holidays. And my dad got tickets from some guy at work who didn't want to go sit in the rain. And my brother stayed an extra, 4 or 5 days or whatever after Christmas to go to the game. And at halftime, we were sitting there, and my dad's like, well, you guys want to go? And I was 12 or I think about 12. And I said, well, no, my brother, brother's here. Stayed. Let's just ride it out. Let's stay and see the game. And I'm really glad that we had that circumstance. And I've thought a lot about, at the new stadium, my dad's never gonna go. I'm never gonna have that experience. And the place that we had that is gonna be gone. That's the bittersweet part for me. But one last question. I can't remember why that game was at Rich Stadium, because the Dolphins won the division that year. How did the playoffs work that we were able to host a wild card game and not be the division winner? I cannot remember that, and I was too young to really be in on all that stuff back then.
Yeah, good question. Miami did win the division. It's because there was one fewer division, I think.
That's
right?
Before they went to the 4 divisions?
Yeah, the AFC South didn't exist.
Right.
The Colts were in the AFC East.
Right.
So I think that's the answer.
High wild card got to host.
Yeah.
Yep. There are 3 division winners.
Okay.
The Bills, the high wild card, hosted the 4-5 matchup.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it used to be called wild card weekend because 2 wild card teams would play each other.
Right.
There are 6 wild card teams, whereas now there are also still 6. Okay. But yeah, with 2 buys, the 1 and the 2 used to get a bye. The low division winner would play.
Well, there was 4 because you would have 6 teams in the conference, and the 1 and 2 seed would advance straight to the divisional round.
Right.
So you had 4 teams in the wild card playoffs in each
per conference.
Yeah, per conference.
Right, but one of those was a division winner, the low division winner.
Yeah.
So the Chiefs played the Chargers, Bills played the Oilers.
That game was blacked out also.
Right. Back in the era of
blackouts. So
like
what Jonathan is saying there checks out, because some people would have thought, like, all right, I'm not going to this one because of the weather and the matchup and Kelly not playing to the extent where the game wasn't on television. So, I mean, back then I think there were other ways maybe to get around that. Were there antennas you could get or something?
Maybe there's
I don't remember.
a bit of a comparison where this year you feel like it might be a Bills team that's weak compared to the last couple of years. And here's the Bills. They're the 4 seed in the AFC. What do? They rattle off 3 straight wins to go to the Super Bowl and ultimately lose. 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-552-550. Thanks, Jonathan, for the phone call. You guys watch any bowl games yesterday?
I watched a couple of the playoff games, but it's
here's a question I have for you.
Hard to stick with it when none of them are close.
Right. You guys are young ones. Do you have a feeling the Rose Bowl gets a lot of this? Like the big ones, the Rose Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Orange Bowl, and the Fiesta Bowl. Do you have one that just kind of, for whatever reason, you just kind of gravitate to?
The only one that feels different to me at all from any other game, you could tell me one game's the Fiesta Bowl and one game is the Cotton Bowl, and I wouldn't know. The Rose Bowl is the only one that differentiates to me at all. And part of that might be, too, because I guess there's 2 college games with me growing up where I remember, what Rose Bowl do you remember? I remember USC and Texas.
Yeah, right.
Clear as day. That game was amazing. And then I remember the Fiesta Bowl just because of the Boise State upset.
Right, Oklahoma.
But that was its own different category, maybe. It's the Rose Bowl by far. Nothing else rates for me personally, at all.
The Rose Bowl usually gets that kind of designation.
Yeah. The stadium itself.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm here to just raise a flag for the Sugar Bowl. For something, to me, it's the best looking game on television is the Sugar Bowl. And I think that comes down to the Superdome. Games in the Superdome look better.
See, that's why
Super Bowls there look great. The Sugar Bowl for me is always it's Alabama. It's Virginia Tech and who they play in Florida State in the national championship game, maybe, or it's Alabama and Florida over the years. When I see the Sugar Bowl, you pop on a game and I see some teams playing in that stadium. To me, the USF&G Sugar Bowl, the Sherwin-Williams with maybe Sherman-Williams, not Sherwin, Sherman-Williams of Alabama. And Alabama's always playing in the Sugar Bowl classically over the years before the current format.
See, I think the Rose Bowl looks better. Maybe that's because
I agree with
the sun is out usually at the beginning of games, even if it's a night game, right? And just the atmosphere around the stadium. Yeah. I mean, when I see clips of the old Bills Super Bowls, I think the best looking Bills Super Bowl is the one at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Rose Bowl for me has always been that one. For some reason, the Orange Bowl connects with me. I don't know. I can't even really place why. But if I had to power rank them, I think it would be Rose Bowl and then Orange Bowl for me for whatever reason. If there was something that happened in one when I was younger, I couldn't really pinpoint it. But the Rose Bowl trumps them all.
For some reason, I am with you though that the Sugar Bowl, even though it's at the Superdome, it looks very different to me than New Orleans Saints games. Looks brighter.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Is that just the uniforms that are doing that to me?
Maybe the field, they might, some of the paint on the field might be a little brighter, different.
Yeah.
Not the sidelines, but end zones. And
I've got no science to back it up. It's just for me,
you think the Sugar Bowl?
The Sugar Bowl has always just been a good-looking bowl game.
Okay.
Yep. 803-0550. All right. Your memories of the stadium, the loudest, the best play, the people you're going to remember, all of it. It's the final game coming up on Sunday, the final home game, more than likely. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. So Josh Allen's not really practicing this week, right? He's not going to play?
No, I don't think
he's going to take a snap and then get out.
He's going to keep the start streak going, and I think that is about it. I don't think they care about him. I would guess they don't care about him hitting a 40-touchdown benchmark enough, which he's one away from. There's no real incentives that I saw that are worth him going for in his contract. There was a list I saw, and he wasn't listed on it. So maybe there's something that's award-based, but yeah, I think you don't do anything with him at all. You play him one snap and you keep the start streak going, and you'll get half a dozen people in national TV going, "Oh, this shouldn't count," because we got that last year. But that's it. You pull him. There's no reason to risk him in any way, shape, or form.
The reason it counts is because Like, there's a very clear difference between that streak and Brett Favre laying down for Michael Strahan. Allen could play if he wanted to.
Right.
And they're going to have him take a snap. Like, he started the game, and then coach's decision, we don't need to win this game, or whatever it might be. Like, you pull him out because you have the option to. It's not like you went out and gave him a free touchdown. He's able to play. He would play if they needed it. They don't need it, so they've kind of earned the right to play him for one snap.
I did have one thought that I decided probably not meaningful at all, so I don't think they'll act on this. But the only thought I had that maybe Allen could get a series. Beyond what, when we talked to Joe Marino on Wednesday, Joe Marino laid out, like, he thinks the offense with Allen should play a series or two, like a preseason game. Because
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they play a quarter.
Yeah, because, like, they just got to get more on the same page right now, right? Like, the offense was bad last week. I thought of it from a different perspective is, would Allen personally not want that final Eagles throw to be his last throw at that stadium? Would he care about that at all, or would he not even think about it? Because it depends. Like, what type of person are you? If that were me, if that were the way like that I used to be with sports, like, I would be thinking about that all week. I do not want that throw to be my last throw at the stadium. So give me a series.
And you're playing a Jets team where, I mean, come on.
Oh, you should be able to light them up.
Right. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like, in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And where
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No. Now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like, we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. Like, and the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, that to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said, like, we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Like, yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. Like, he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends. Right, we already know that. There are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea.
That's 10 in a row for your Buffalo Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1.
Great breakup on that play by Thompson, who has the puck, scores again! Tage Thompson! That is full TNT mode in Dallas. He helped break up the play at the Sabres line, gets up ice, and the Sabres lead at 4-1 in Dallas.
They've tied the franchise record for longest win streak and look to expand further on it. They're in Columbus tomorrow taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock, and all of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Team USA Olympic rosters will also be released around 8:25 this morning. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last game at Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury. A few other players did not practice due to a rest day. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 on Sunday right here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. And in the college football playoff, Ole Miss upsets Georgia 39-34 last night. Indiana dismantled Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Oregon shuts out Texas Tech 23-0 in the Orange Bowl. And Miami upsets Ohio State 24-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Jackson. He stays in the block. Jackson fires, and that will be intercepted in the end zone by Johnson. Karen Johnson. And only Jackson can stop him now. Too late to the end zone. Touchdown.
Taron Johnson pick 6. We are about to get to, that time of year, and we won't be at the stadium for it. These games will be road games, more than likely. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is a Football Friday. The Bills' regular season finale comes your way Sunday. It's also Highmark Stadium's finale, asterisk, very likely. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. As long as the Texans win, then the only scenario that the Bills could host a game would be as the 6 hosting the 7. Which, has that ever happened in the NFL before? Probably not. It's not even that many years with a 7.
I would be stunned if that's ever
happened. It's going to be very unlikely. If the Houston Texans win, they will finish up the 5 as long as Jacksonville doesn't drop into that spot, which they still could. Anyway, we're talking about the stadium, your memories, anything you want to get to about the stadium. The Bills have their 45-minute Highmark farewell. If you haven't seen that, I highly recommend it. Many of you probably have. It's on YouTube, and I got choked up. Mainly because I started thinking about the playoffs in this time of year. And football playoffs are a little different than, like the hockey playoffs. If the Sabres make it this year, which, by the way, they were in a spot still.
Yep.
If they make it, you've got a home game, 2 road games, then 2 home games, then a road game. It's very normal, kind of like the ebb and flow of that. In football, do you remember where you were for the Houston game? Do you remember where you were for the AFC Championships in Kansas City, right? Like these road games, there's only a handful of them, and they've yet to win one. So this year, we're going to have week 1 of the playoffs. Like, all right, if it's New England, if it's Jacksonville, where are we going to go for it? You're going to hang out with friends here or there. These weeks have been very routinely Highmark Stadium weeks. There's no first-round bye in the resume. It's always home this week against the Steelers or the Dolphins or the Colts or whoever. So Broncos, right?
Right. They've only played at Highmark or Arrowhead.
Yeah.
For 6 years.
That's it. And this year they're going to maybe do 2 or 3 road games.
Right.
So it'll be different, but.
And you're right, by the way. There's never been a 6 seed that's hosted a playoff game. Pre-2020, that couldn't happen because there wasn't a 7 seed at all. And since then, 6 seed is never hosted. So it's probably not going to happen. They could, really, the only way that it could feasibly happen to me is if they get up to the 5. And for that, you need the Chargers to lose, which is probably going to happen.
Yes.
And then what you need is a Colts upset over the Texans, which the Raiders did almost beat the Texans a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
They're playing, the Texans' offense has them in some games against bad teams.
They're playing Riley Leonard.
Right. So, I'm not expecting that, but it's not the craziest thing that would have ever happened if the Colts were to upset the Texans. And if that happens, then I can realistically think about, all right, maybe I'm the 5 and one of those bottom 2 teams goes on a little bit of a run. So we'll see. I'm not close to that idea, but yeah, I'm treating this as the last game on Sunday. And really, we can reapproach it. I don't even know that even if there was a chance that there would be another home game, that you shouldn't still treat it this way. If they'd won against the Eagles last week and we thought the division was still in play, but it was a long shot, I think it would still be right to approach this game as this is the last game at Highmark Stadium. You get another playoff game, and then it'll be more about that. Yeah. Because also, you'd be playing likely in the AFC Championship game. And then, sure, that's the last game at the stadium, but is it more about the last game at the stadium, or is there more about if we win the game, you go to the Super Bowl? It's more about if you win the game, you win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I think no matter what the outcome, no matter what the odds are that they have another home game, this is the one that everyone should celebrate as this is it.
Yeah, it's probably. I would agree. And if they had found their way to the 1 seed, we would know we would be referring to it as last regular season game.
Yeah.
And then then you don't know when the last game is because, like you're saying, they could lose and they're not playing next week. It is kind of wild, thinking about how this season has gone in the AFC. Maybe you were someone that liked the idea of the storyline. You know what's going to happen? It's going to be Bills, Chiefs at the stadium in the AFC Championship game to prevent them from going to 4 in a row. It's actually, no, none of that's happening because the Bills aren't home and the Chiefs didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Right. It's nuts. It's been a crazy year. And, for the AFC, maybe there's no team you're afraid of. By the time we get to Monday we'll have the matchups. And that might be a time where you really lock in how far you think they're going to go or who they could beat and who they could lose to. It strikes me that the entire AFC playoff picture is a lot, and for that matter, the NFL picture, is a lot like other sports right now, where, I don't know, football, the franchise quarterback and the GOAT quarterback of Brady forever, and then Mahomes stepping in there quickly and going to so many. These other sports, I don't know if you're talking about wow, I'm not afraid of anybody, and that's so strange. How many teams could win the World Series? Is it 3 or 4 when you make the playoffs? How many could win the Stanley Cup? 5 or 6? 7?
That's a sport where usually you think there's more.
Yeah, there's upsets.
7, 8.
Yeah, it's not all that crazy for a team to just kind of get hot.
Yeah.
In football, I just keep noticing how often this happens. No one wants to give anybody a chance unless they've done it before. No one wants to do that. Who is ready to predict that Trevor Lawrence is going to win 3 playoff games in the AFC? It seems like no one is ready to do that. Once he does that one time, he'll be treated like he can do that forever. That's the Joe Burrow experience, right? Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl. If the Bengals were in the playoffs, you would have people ready to say, well, I know Joe Burrow can do it, even though he's only done it one time, and other times he's flat out missed the playoffs. So I find all the time in the NFL, it's people are ready to predict what they've already seen and nothing else. If I was to say to you, handicap the likelihood of a quarterback appearing in the Super Bowl, who's your first pick?
Allen.
Who's second?
Drake May.
Not just AFC. AFC and NFC.
Okay, Stafford.
Yeah. Third? Is it Hurts? Because they've been there?
You want it just on who the quarterback is?
I think the quarterback conversation is so powerful in the entire sport that what you want to end up doing is picking the guys that you've seen win games. Nobody wants to pick Drake May because he hasn't won a playoff game yet. And Bo Nix is also too young. And if you want to make it about C.J. Stroud, there's another team that's gotten knocked out by the Chiefs, right? The Texans did. Do the Texans not look at the Chiefs and think, hey, there's no Chiefs this year? There's nobody standing in our way.
They all should look at that because I think what's happening is all of these teams are flawed to different degrees, and one thing that can overcome those flaws is when you have an elite quarterback and he can make up for them. And when you don't have that,
What do you do? Yeah, that's how you lose.
Right. And that's why I think the Bills right now are getting picked so much. The Bills have just as many flaws as anybody else that's in this conference. But the belief that, well, Allen can neutralize that. And the idea that Stroud can neutralize that, well, Stroud actually might be a tough one because he is the weakness of the Texans. He is the flaw. But that, Drake May maybe is the better one for this because I think he might be capable of this. The Patriots have a lot of flaws. Defensively, I went through the other day, their numbers compared to Jacksonville. They rank below Jacksonville in every single category except quarterback. And the idea that, well, that's enough. That, okay, you're worse stopping the run, you're worse in pass defense, you're worse at running the ball, you're worse at everything else compared to New England. But they could beat you because their quarterback might be better. Like that's kind of that's all of it sometimes.
Yeah. It's going to just be wild when the entire NFL has to kind of come to terms with a Seattle-Jacksonville Super Bowl. And we're all just like, where's the GOAT quarterback here? We're supposed to be watching GOATs.
Yeah.
Dan in North Tonawanda on a Football Friday. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I with all the nostalgia that's just coming up with this weekend, I was trying to think of, one of my very first memories, talk about how loud that stadium can be. It was one of the first games that I was at, so it was really what kind of made me fall in love with football and the whole environment in 1988, it was against the Raiders, I think is what it was, but it was Fred Smerlas ended up recovering a fumble. And there was a lot of dispute on whether or not it was a fumble or an incomplete pass. And the referee at the time had a hot mic, and he didn't realize it. So Fred walked up to him and grabbed his jersey and just screamed at the ref, "It's our GD ball," right? So that went out over the entire public address system, and the entire place just erupted. It was one of the neatest things I've ever seen. They ended up getting the ball and ended up scoring that drive. It was great. And then one last point with regard to weather. For me, the best game I've ever been to was the 51-3 game. But the number one thing I remember was the week before, I think they played the Jets. And they came over and they said, "This is the coldest game in franchise history." And then the next week against the Raiders in the 51-3 game, "This is the coldest game in franchise history." It was back to back. It was definitely one for the memory books for sure.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks very much for the phone call. 803-0550.
Was 51-3 like a mega cold game?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I didn't remember the story being told that way, but all right. So you're telling me every time the Bills play a freezing game at 0 degrees, they're going to score 1 million points?
I mean, the perfect game is right there.
That's like 2 for 2.
Maybe, I don't know if it was cold. It might have been Raiders cold.
The Raiders were cold. It
might be that.
I remember that part of the story, that the Raiders were freezing.
Right, normal cold for the Bills, but for the Raiders, it's just like very cold for them.
Okay. Gotcha.
Coldest games in franchise history.
That'd be the game I'd want to have been at that I wasn't at. 48-3 at halftime. The only thing I thought is the second half not as fun because they're up by 45? And Sal the other day was like,
"You're going to the Super Bowl."
Everyone was like so comfortable with the fact they were going to win that everyone was just coming up with chants and songs the entire second half.
Yeah.
So it seemed like it was just an hour and a half party after everyone realized.
Pretty
good.
good.
At halftime, imagine, what do you do at halftime? Especially if it's, maybe it wasn't freezing, but if it's cold, you go into the tunnel, right? And, maybe you go to the seats around you and you're talking with people around you. And if it's 48-3 at halftime in the AFC Championship game, like, what are you doing for the next hour and a half? You're
booking flights.
You're booking flights.
Yeah.
You're talking to your brother, like, are you going? Are we going? Like, I think that would have been a really cool experience.
To Richmond. Hey, Paul. Paul in Richmond, good morning.
Good morning, gents. And Joe, you're right. It was not, the Raiders game was not cold, 51-3. But
I see now 39 degrees was at kickoff. What it was at?
Yeah, it wasn't cold.
Yeah.
It was the craziest tailgate scene because it was nothing but American flags, and all we talked about was the Desert Storm that had just started. But a couple things real quick, guys. When you asked about when were you convinced they were going to be good and they weren't, EJ hitting Woody for that touchdown in the opener of the Pats game. Brady wins by 1 point. I'm like, it doesn't matter. We got our quarterback and our receiver for the next 10 years. I guess that didn't work out so well. But the only thing I would say, too, I'm 63, and the early 80s teams just don't get enough love. Some of the Streak Buster in 1980s, definitely a top 5 game. Like I said, I've been to all the playoff games except the Indy game during COVID in there. That 1980 Streak Buster was just, as Van would say, just pandemonium at the end of that game. That year also, they play the Rams in an overtime game. Doesn't quite clinch the division, but all we got to do is go beat San Francisco with the rookie Joe Montana. And the players come out, and they're singing Talking Proud with the Jills, and they're doing a conga line. It was just fantastic, known as the conga line game. And then before that was the Jerry Butler four TDs against the Jets. All really great memories, and I hope they play a Talking Proud in there at some point on Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's it. Love your show, and you guys have a fantastic New Year.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks very much. I'm eager to see like all the different ways they spend time commemorating, right, eras, teams, which legends are there. You know, who should.
There was a list I saw the other day about
right.
some of the legends that will be there.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Ashton Yabodi was on the list. Alumni, all alumni,
sure.
Not just legends of the team.
You know how hard that right here, right now is going to hit on Sunday? Like that's it's all
Tasker and Thurman are doing it
every week. For me, that is an awesome moment. Like I'm sure people love it, and this week that's just going to hit hard. You know, 803-0550.
That came up on Wednesday a little bit. One of the coolest memories I'll have was when Marv did that for the first time on Monday night against the Titans in 22. Monday Night Football, it was the home opener.
They blew them out 41-7.
Blasted the Titans. Marv before the game at, he's 97 at that time, and he crushed it on the mic. Like that's going to be one of the coolest memories I ever have at that stadium. The whole night, but especially before the game with Marv starting it. And I'm pretty sure that was the first time they did it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was.
It really, we all love our Sunday 1 o'clock games. I do.
Yeah.
They are now mixed in as opposed to like 15 years of all Sunday 1 o'clocks. Now that they move around on the calendar, on the day and the night, like we have nice night primetime memories, right? For a while, there's a generation of fans that it was all Sunday 1 o'clock. We got very used to that. And now that, like you're mentioning that Titans game, it was nice outside. It's beautiful.
Very
nice.
nice.
September night.
Yep.
We get our occasional, November sunshines and the seasons. Like you get to experience the seasons at the stadium, which is obviously a great part of being outside. Alan in Toronto. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. I'll be there on Sunday. The game doesn't mean a thing to the standings, but I'll be there. I have to be there for the last game ever. I've been going there for the last 52 years. The game that I remember most is December 18th, December 10th, 2018, the Bills 13, Colts 7 in overtime. And the storm hit about 90 minutes before game time, and it was quite pronounced about 45 minutes before game time. And it was a winter wonderland, and punts were sticking to the snow. 97 combined yards rushing, the most since 1981. And the weather was more suited for dog sleds and snowshoes than it was for the game. I still recall the Sean McCoy scored with 21 seconds left. I mean, a 21-yard run with 1:33 left in overtime, and we were all thrilled beyond description because of the win, and the passing game was almost non-existent.
Joe Webb,
one of the quarterbacks, and he said that it's a horrible, horrible feeling. The things that you need to do, you can't do, and it's just I was lucky to get a hotel room in downtown Buffalo. They have a lot of hotels right just off of 190, and stayed overnight there because couldn't make it home the next day. And that's my fond memory. I've been going to most of the games since 1973, and it's a game I'll remember the rest of my life.
Thanks, Alan. Do people? I didn't realize there was that little time left in overtime.
I didn't either.
It could have been a tie.
Yeah, 133 left.
When did Vinatieri miss the kick?
That was at the end of regulation.
Okay, he had a kick to win it.
He had a kick to win it with, I think Webb had just thrown a pick. The Bills got the ball back, and with 1 minute left, Webb threw an interception on his own 25-yard line. And it was a tie football game. It was 7-7. Vinatieri missed a 43-yard field goal with 6 seconds left.
All right.
Yeah. And then McCoy won it with 1:30 left. Yeah. Yeah, Ty was on the table there. I mean, the Bills had the Joe Webb pass was on 3rd and 6 at the 2-minute warning of overtime.
Should I know?
He threw for 34 yards.
Should I know when the last Bills tie was?
Maybe not, because it might be going back like 50 years.
It's a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If it's not relatively recent, then yeah, I don't remember. I was looking up playoff games at the stadium ever. A couple interesting things I did not realize is that the stadium opens in 73.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when they played their first playoff game at the stadium? 89. So they didn't play there forever. They didn't lose a game at Highmark Stadium until 97 when they played
in the playoffs.
When they played the Jags, and they've only lost 3 playoff games there ever in 53 years. They only lost 3
Jaguars,
playoff games.
Bengals, and Chiefs.
Yeah, right. 2 of them recent.
803-0550 to join us. A thought on McDermott for you and how everything could change for him, but that might be next week.
Just in general?
Yeah, I mean, I've been off for 2 weeks. I had a lot of time to think.
You got McDermott takes ready?
Yeah, I got some McDermott takes.
I think I can picture what it might be.
Yeah? It's kind of like, put it this way. It's like when you watch a movie and you see the end of the movie and all of a sudden everything you thought along the way is like, actually, maybe everything along the way is different. Should I go back and reevaluate?
Okay.
I've had a lot of time to think.
Is it along the lines of, like, because we had this discussion a little bit earlier in the week. Like, I personally think the way their defense is playing and some of the offenses in the playoffs, that they could have a really good stretch on defense coming up. But at the same time, if they have a bad defensive performance against a team that isn't the Chiefs or the Bengals, then it's going to be heat turned up.
Maybe. I'll give you the very
maybe not like for real, like fan heat.
Yeah,
not like real organizational.
Here's the Cliff Notes. It's 13 seconds exists.
Yep.
We all know that. The year before that, he was too conservative in kicking field goals, and we know that. But since 13 seconds, they lose a game to Cincinnati. All right. You know, like, we know what happened there. Their defense had no answers, but people want to point to the other stuff that happened that season. What I really want to get to is, like, the last 2 seasons. They suffered. Did they not suffer fatal flaws that appeared late?
Yep.
So you kind of have the whole resume, and if you're someone that thinks McDermott is not qualified to lead them in the postseason, if they this year put together the best defensive postseason they have yet, and maybe they make the Super Bowl, whatever, I just think that we could start to look back and like, you know what? Actually, when they lost to the Chiefs without linebackers, that was a reasonable excuse. And last year,
Benford goes out on the first drive.
Benford goes right. Yeah,
Kyrie Elam's got to play.
My best corner is Rasul Douglas,
right?
Who is immediately like almost out of the. I mean, whatever. He had a good year, I guess, in Miami.
You had Douglas, Elam, and Hamlin all on the field that entire game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which I don't know.
Think of that difference. Last year AFC Championship game, your secondary is Kyrie Elam, Rasul Douglas, DeMar Hamlin, and Taylor Rapp.
Or is he out of that game? He might have. I think
Did he leave?
He might have left that game.
Well, either way, this game it's Bishop, Poyer,
it's way different.
Hairston / White and Benford. Yeah, like it was a critical flaw that they had last year.
Right. It's just everything's always changing, and I think McDermott has a really good chance to kind of win some people back if their defense is up to it in this postseason. Now, there are people that don't believe it will be, but we will find out. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe on a Football Friday on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about Crosby's Pizza. Yes, got that what's for dinner feeling? Crosby's has you covered. Every Tuesday and Thursday, My Crosby's Rewards members score a deal that just makes sense. You can get 2 hot cheese pizzas for only $18.99. Feeling extra? Add your favorite toppings for just a little more. That is pizza night solved and game night covered. Unexpected guests? You're a hero. Last minute. Not a member yet? No worries. You can download the Crosby's app or visit crosbysstores.com and start saving on food, snacks, drinks, and fuel. Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Again, My Crosby's Reward members score that deal. 2 hot cheese pizzas for only $18.99. Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Add a smile to your day.
10 in a row for the Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1 the other night. They have tied the franchise record for the longest win streak and look to expand upon it further. They're in Columbus tomorrow taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Team USA Olympic rosters will be released around 8:25 this morning as well. The Bills play what ultimately could be the last game at Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, and defensive tackle Daquan Jones, along with safety Jordan Poyer, did not practice due to injury, and a few other players did not practice due to rest. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is at 4:25 on Sunday, right here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
.85% of the targets to Shakir completed. This is behind Cooper, who brought it in, pitched it back to Allen, who's going to go to the goal line and get in! No! Spectacular touchdown!
Oh, my goodness.
Happy Football Friday, Jeremy and Joe. Time for Improving the Game Plan, brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort. Game plan. Get started, bluestarhs.com. Happy Football Friday. Bills and Jets coming your way, a red helmet game. That'll be cool to see. And past that, just get out healthy. Stay healthy and get to the postseason.
And rest the guys that you should be resting.
And rest as many players as possible, yes.
Allen, Cook, Dawkins, Brown, Bosa, Milano.
This is where we get to Sal coming up at the top of the hour.
I would not
Sal's
play Cole Bishop if I were the Bills.
Sal's going to be like, you do have to play players, though.
Right.
There's not that many.
Yeah. Well, like, all those guys probably have to be active.
Right.
But you could play Andreessen. You could play who's going to play someone over Bishop. Like, Bishop has a jersey, but you don't put him out there unless there's an emergency because Darnell Savage gets hurt or something.
Do you feel like McDermott feels any sense of responsibility to not, and I say this knowing the game is not of great meaning, not to lose to the Jets 31-3 in this game? Like, isn't there going to be a sense of
maybe
our standard is going to have to still be applied? We're at home.
Yeah.
These fans are here for a send-off. We can't control everything. Sure, we'll keep a couple of important players out, but we're playing to win.
Does he think, though, that he could play, again, like, I'm not saying every single backup plays, but maybe you have a dozen to 15 back to 20 backup players that are in there that he might still think with all of that he would still beat the New York Jets.
Yeah, you might think so.
They're favored this week by what, 8? Like, that's not a Josh Allen line. If the Bills were going all out for something, they'd be favored against the Jets by like
17.5.
Yeah. So, like, I think it's already treated as like, no, you're a favorite against them with Mitch Trubisky and maybe not James Cook the whole day and maybe not your tackles. Like, I think people are expecting that and still expecting that you'll beat a team that's quarterbacked by Brady Cook that has not intercepted a ball on defense all season, by the way.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Might be cool to keep that streak in line, by the way, not have Trubisky throw anything.
The Jets' leading receiver, by the way, in the Jets' leading receiver.
Is it still Garrett Wilson?
It is still Garrett Wilson.
Even he's missed.
He has not. Right, yeah.
How many games did he miss? Like 6?
He only played in 8 games this year. Garrett Wilson.
So he missed 9 games.
Yeah.
Who's second?
Not only that, Joe, he has not caught a pass since October 12th.
And he's their leading receiver?
Yeah, he appeard in 2 games.
That's incredible.
He has not caught a pass since October 12th. He is their leading receiver.
Right. Like, they should beat this team with, whoever they put in. They could put Ray Davis at quarterback and maybe beat the Jets.
Gary in New Jersey is up next. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Guys, thanks for starting my mornings. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I got 3 memories besides the Winter Classic, and my pal from West Seneca is listening, and I know that. the first game that Jim Kelly played, it was like the Messiah coming into Buffalo. It was in '85. That's when I became a Bills fan. Right there, I had my pal from Binghamton. That was amazing. The second game that I remember that stood out, and you guys referenced how cold the coldest game in that stadium, the Raiders game when they were in LA, -4, wind chill -32. Saturday afternoon, mid-90s. It was that was Hostetler was quarterbacking the Raiders at the time. It was a closer game than many thought it wouldn't be, but I got through that one. The third game that stood out it's going to be 10 years ago tomorrow. The New York Post references, and that's when the Jets should have punched their ticket into the playoffs, and the Bills found a way to win the game. Gillislee had a great game on the ground, but that was the game that Kyle Williams, that was his final game.
Yeah.
And I remember I was in the 300s back then, and I had a couple of lady friends of mine in the back row. They're pretty emotional. That was kind of tough, too, because obviously a stalwart on the defense and a great Bill at that, too. That was pretty memorable in that way. And obviously the Jets have never recovered from that day.
Thanks, Gary. Oh, sorry. Did you have one more, Gary? Go ahead.
I was going to say the 80 Miami Dolphin Marino matchup against Kelly, memorable because Marino and that club, that was definitely rival back then, and I really respected Marino and his attributes.
Thanks, Gary.
They've given us some good Bills-Dolphins memories recently, too. Like we talked the other day about the snowball game where they're wearing the red uniforms at night and they win at the very end. Allen did a Superman dive over both lines to score a touchdown. And, he got in by this much, and then the ball got punched out, and we thought Miami was returning a touchdown, but they had ruled a Josh Allen touchdown.
Yeah.
There've
been some good...
I didn't like the playoff game as a memory.
No, there
against Miami.
There have been some close games.
Yeah.
But, Miami's not...
61-yard field goal last year.
They're never supposed to win that game, Miami.
Well, they really rarely do.
Yeah. Against the Bills, right?
The last time they've beaten the Bills here was Tannehill.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, in the Marino years, they didn't win here. There's a lot of close ones, but you don't really have can you believe they lost that one?
Right.
Someone brought up maybe there was a snow game. Ricky Williams went for 300 yards.
Ricky Williams went for 212. He had 2 50-yard touchdown runs. That's peerless. Getting a touchdown and hugging Jim Kelly in the end zone in the snow. I remember that game for sure. That was an all-timer.
Kelly's first game, by the way, they lost. They lost to the Jets, 86. So he was great, though. 3 touchdowns, 292 yards. So
803-0550 is our phone number. Flyover Radio, Sal coming up, Chris Brown. We're into our Football Friday look back at Highmark Stadium, kind of remembering it as we prepare for one final home game this regular season and likely one final home game altogether. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. We have a spot for you on hold if you want to jump in. If not, just hang out on this Football Friday. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. So Josh Allen's not really practicing this week, right? He's not going to play?
No, I don't think
he's going to take a snap and then get out.
He's going to keep the start streak going, and I think that is about it. I don't think they care about him. I would guess they don't care about him hitting a 40-touchdown benchmark enough, which he's one away from. There's no real incentives that I saw that are worth him going for in his contract. There was a list I saw, and he wasn't listed on it. So maybe there's something that's award-based, but yeah, I think you don't do anything with him at all. You play him one snap and you keep the start streak going, and you'll get half a dozen people in national TV going, "Oh, this shouldn't count," because we got that last year. But that's it. You pull him. There's no reason to risk him in any way, shape, or form.
The reason it counts is because there's a very clear difference between that streak and Brett Favre laying down for Michael Strahan. Allen could play if he wanted to.
Right.
And they're going to have him take a snap. He started the game, and then coach's decision, we don't need to win this game, or whatever it might be. You pull him out because you have the option to. It's not like you went out and gave him a free touchdown. He's able to play. He would play if they needed it. They don't need it, so they've kind of earned the right to play him for one snap.
I did have one thought that I decided probably not meaningful at all, so I don't think they'll act on this. But the only thought I had that maybe Allen could get a series. Beyond when we talked to Joe Marino on Wednesday, Joe Marino laid out like he thinks the offense with Allen should play a series or two, like a preseason game. Because
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they play a quarter.
Yeah, because like they just got to get more on the same page right now, right? Like the offense was bad last week. I thought of it from a different perspective: is would Allen personally not want that final Eagles throw to be his last throw at that stadium? Would he care about that at all, or would he not even think about it? Because it depends. Like, what type of person are you? If that were me, if that were the way like that I used to be with sports, like I would be thinking about that all week. I do not want that throw to be my last throw at the stadium. So give me a series.
And you're playing a Jets team where, I mean, come on.
Oh, you should be able to light them up.
Right. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And where
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No.
Okay.
No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. And the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake, because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, that to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said, like, we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Like, yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where, with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional, just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. Like, he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends. Right, we already know that. There are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea. Football Friday, Jeremy and Joe. Good Friday morning. It is Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. We are remembering Highmark Stadium, looking back, prepping for the final home game at Highmark against the Jets coming your way on Sunday. Joining us on the Western Hotline, a little bit of a new tradition we got to last year or two, flyover radio. There will be a flyover at Highmark for this 425 game. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Captain Captain Mhalland, who will be piloting one of the helicopters to go over. Captain Mhalland, thank you for joining us this morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So what do we got coming over the stadium on Sunday for the grand finale at Highmark?
Yeah, so we're going to have 4 aircraft total. One of them is going to be a CH-47 Chinook. That's going to be the lead aircraft. We're then going to have 2 UH-60 Blackhawks following them. And then at the end, we're going to have an AH-64 Apache. So we're going to have about 14 total crew members. We're definitely looking forward to conducting this flyover.
So 4 helicopters fly over. We've talked in the past about, with a couple other pilots along the way, about the aircrafts that come over. Is a helicopter flyover any different than others? I mean, it's slower, I would think, right?
Yeah, so one thing that definitely stands out is we are generally slower than a lot of our fixed-wing friends, but it makes it for a little bit more special because you get to see a little bit more in detail about what the aircraft look like because we're generally going a little bit slower than everybody else.
So 1 Chinook in the front, then the 2 Blackhawks, then the Apache. You said how many crew members in all will be making this trip?
Yeah, so we have 14 that will be doing the flyover, and then we're going to have some people on the ground kind of helping us out, calling us in. So 23 members total. We're all from the Fort Drum, New York area. So we're definitely excited to get to do this event and be a part of this special occasion for the Bills.
Now, you told me you grew up a Cleveland Browns fan, which is all right. I feel like, Rust Belt, shared misery over some years. Are there any Bills fans that you know of in your crew?
Yeah, so one of the unique things that we have about Fort Drum is it seems like a lot of people are either from the Watertown, upstate New York, or just New York area in general. So we definitely have a couple of personnel that are Bills fans, and that's especially why they wanted to jump on this opportunity once it came up, because it's just so unique. It's not something we get to do very often. So a lot of people are definitely excited to be able to get this opportunity.
And you guys will make your way up here today?
Yeah, we're certainly going to try to. We've got weather that doesn't look the best right now, so if we can't make it up today, then we'll certainly try to make it over tomorrow.
All right, very good. Well, safe travels, and we'll wave from the stadium. You guys have the honor of course, flying over, which is great, but the last game at Highmark Stadium in a charged atmosphere, I would imagine.
And the weather looks pretty clear, I think, so far.
For Sunday, it looks okay, right?
Yeah, much better than last Sunday here, where it was pouring rain.
Yeah, so as of right now, weather for Sunday looks good. We're going to continue to monitor, and like I said, we're super grateful, super happy that we get this opportunity. We're definitely looking forward to it.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your service, and we'll see you Sunday.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Flyover Radio makes a return. Captain Captain Mhalland, 1 Chinook, 2 Blackhawks, and then the Apache. See, that way you can be in the stands and you say, like, oh, yeah, see the front one? That's the Chinook. You know the formation. You could, like, make it look
you
like
really show off like you're an expert.
Yeah. That's the whole idea. That's why we do this. You can be in the stands and say, like, oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Next year, you won't see them coming as much.
That seems right.
Because of the canopy?
Yeah.
Depends on your angle. Like, it's not that you can't see anything unless it's directly over the stadium, but your visibility is a little bit more limited, like outside the past the stadium.
Yeah.
Than right now, where you could see. Like, but what was the big guy that they flew over last year?
The Strata tanker.
Yeah,
that thing was all over the
from
place.
where we were sitting in our seats last year. You could see that while it was over the lake, like in the distance, and that I don't think is going to be true next year.
Sal joins us, top of the hour. We'll chat about Bills-Jets, injury report, how the Bills are going to handle this, Highmark Stadium memories as well. You can join us, and we'll mix you in as well. So if you're on hold, we'll get to your calls with Sal, Jeremy, and Joe here on a Football Friday on WGR. So 803-0550, if you want to share some stadium memories, I know you've been talking about them during the week, like games you went to, weather games. Can I tell you, I've had another overarching thought this week as we get closer and closer and closer to it. I didn't know when to save this thought on the stadium for, but I'm here for it today, which is I'm so glad that on Sunday we're not saying goodbye to the outdoors.
Yeah.
Imagine some of you did want a dome, and that's okay. Like, anybody can want what they want. The moving of one stadium to the next is about the next stadium. And it's not like we're moving out of that part of town. So if you park in the same parking lot for the last 10 years, chances are you maybe still park there. You can drive the same distance. How long does it take you to get to the stadium? Well, it takes me 37 minutes. It's still going to take you 37 minutes, right? It's not going to be where you all of a sudden are driving to Amherst or Batavia or, Toronto. So a lot of that is the same. But I keep having this thought as we're going to be there on Sunday. My whole family will be there. Like, we're treating this game, it might as well be the AFC Championship game. Is everybody's going to be at this one for the finale.
Yeah.
And I think, man, imagine if we were sitting here in our jackets all bundled up and saying, like, well, next year we'll just be inside.
Yeah.
To me, that would feel like losing
saying goodbye to the sun also during football games.
And I'm very glad about that. I had been a domer. I don't mean to turn the conversation into that, but I had been someone that wanted that and then completely changed my mind while at the stadium. It was the perfect game against the Patriots. Where it's my origin story for never send me inside ever again. Right. I just want to be outside forever. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. In the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No. Okay. No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. We sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. And the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake because we're all going to say goodbye, but there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said, we were kids in this house, and I that one really hit me. That's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional, just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. He looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends, right? We already know that there are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which. I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea.
Sabres as they defeated Dallas 4-1 on New Year's Eve.
Great breakup on that play by Thompson, who has the puck, scores again! Tage Thompson, that is full TNT mode in Dallas. He helped break up the play at the Sabres line, gets up ice, and the Sabres lead at 4-1 in Dallas.
They've tied the franchise record for longest win streak and look to expand further on it. They're in Columbus tomorrow, taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Team USA Olympic rosters will be released around 8:25 this morning, so coming up in just under a half hour here. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last game at Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury. A few other players did not practice due to rest. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 on Sunday right here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. And in college football, Ole Miss upsets Georgia 39-34 last night. Indiana dismantles Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Oregon shuts out Texas Tech 23-0 in the Orange Bowl, and Miami upsets Ohio State 24-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Look at Sal Capaccio here on a Football Friday. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. We got some callers on hold we'll get to. Kind of sharing our stadium memories. Also, previewing the Bills and Jets and, what the Bills might want to get out of this game. Sal joining us here on the Western Hotline. Good morning, Mr. Capaccio. How are you today?
I'm great. Good morning. Welcome back, Jeremy. Hope you had a good little time off there.
I did. Happy New Year to you and to everyone out there as well. Happy New Year. So, Sal, it's kind of a bittersweet week, like everyone's kind of sharing their memories. All year long, we knew this would be the last year, and we kind of didn't know when the last game would be. Then what happened against Philadelphia kind of really locked this one in as very likely the last home game. So we kind of get to, focus all the memory in. And Joe was mentioning earlier the fact that the game doesn't really have a lot at stake means we can kind of really focus in on this being Highmark's goodbye.
I agree with that, and as much as it sucks that, the Bills aren't playing for a division title or the 1 seed, that would have been ideal, right? Nobody's shying away from that would have been better, no doubt about it. The fact that we're here and that all of the concentration can kind of go towards everything about the stadium, I actually do kind of like that part of it.
Yeah.
It would have been great if the Bills had everything wrapped up. The perfect scenario was wrap up the division, wrap up the 1 seed before Week 18. We can still do that, and the Bills are going to be home, and then we don't know when the last game is going to be, but let's have the celebration. Now, they don't have that to play for. It probably will be. We don't know for sure if it's going to be, most likely, but we can still really focus on the celebration. I remember when the schedule came out in May, and what I said at the time was, boy, if it's really the last game at Highmark, the Jets, something went wrong this year. So I guess we could say something went wrong this year because this wasn't the plan, but I think it still fits really, really well for what needs to happen.
Yeah. Sal, when you think back to the number of years you've spent in that stadium and how it's changed over the years, that's another thing. The Bills, when they put out that video to go through how it was built and everything, the pictures without the towers, that was to me really cool to see. Just if you weren't around for every different version of every different renovation and the addition of these suites and those suites, the stadium has really changed quite a bit over the years.
No doubt. My first game was 1987, but even before then, whenever we would drive down the 219, especially mostly in the winter, when the leaves weren't on the trees, you could see the lights. Like now, you can still do that. I still do it with my son. We drive by there's the lights of the stadium. It's just a cool thing to see when you're driving down the 219. You see the lights of the stadium popping up, and it's an NFL stadium right there. And I like seeing that in any city I go to, but right there in Buffalo, it's cool. It's been kind of replaced, be honest with you, by the same kind of feeling now when I drive over the Skyway. You can see the new stadium. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, clearly.
When you drive over the Skyway and you're going south, the new stadium is right there. You see it really clear.
It's the same
amazing.
From the other direction, too. I was driving up from Ellicottville at some time during the fall, and from a distance, you see, like, I would never, if you really knew where you were looking, you probably could find, I mean, you're driving, so you probably shouldn't do this anyway, like where the lights are of the current stadium, Sal, but, like, you can't miss the new stadium when you're coming up from that direction.
It's amazing. It really is. So, yeah, it's changed a lot over the years, and these things are changing. I did the math, and I'm pretty sure now there's been a game here, a game there where it was moved because of the home game was moved, right, to Detroit a couple times, but I think I've been inside this stadium counting preseason and playoffs about 140 straight games.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because I moved back here in 11, but wasn't at the stadium for that season. Then was on the radio broadcast with Murph in 12 and 13, then the sideline reporter in 14. And I was at all the games during COVID. You know, I was one of the few people allowed inside the stadium during COVID. So it's been, if you count it all up, and I tried to do the exact number, I didn't get to it. I think it's about 140 straight or so games inside this stadium. And even in that time period, going back to 2012 to now, the stadium has changed a bit. But if you go all the way back to the 80s and the 90s, and I was gone for 16 years out of Buffalo. I didn't go to games for quite a while and then came back and went. But before I left, when I was going to games, Jeremy, I had season tickets during a couple of the Super Bowl years, and I would take a Greyhound bus from Syracuse back during the weekends to go to the stadium, go to the games. And I sat over kind of, I guess it would be right around 230 something maybe, because it was up in the kind of the club area, but more the corner and the scoreboard end. And then I would go back to Syracuse. There was a guy actually in my section. We became friends. He lived in Syracuse. He'd drive me back. And even then, I think about like all the different changes that have happened since the 1990s. You're right about that. There's just so many different ways to talk about this stadium. And I'm really curious what's going to happen on Sunday with how the Bills treat it. I don't know how I'm going to treat it. Matt Bove and I just did a podcast last night. It's always game day in Buffalo. And I really hope everybody can go listen to it because we walked through this a little bit. And one of the things that came out from both Matt and me, and it's for different reasons, you know, and Matt used to go to games with his dad, and his dad has passed on now. And the stadium is very, very emotional for Matt for that reason. And now he's become, you know, a professional in this industry. And I would go to games in the stadium when I was a kid and rooting for the team. And now I'm in the position I'm in. And I don't know what it's going to be like for me. I'm going to be an emotional wreck at some point during Sunday. I don't know when that is.
Yeah.
Is it going to be before the game or during the game or after the game? I don't know. But it's going to hit me really, really hard, and it's going to be tough.
I found myself like watching the farewell video from the Bills and kind of feeling that same thing, like, man, this is actually kind of hitting really hard. And then I had the thought about, you know, there's the last game, and maybe that doesn't hit people a certain way, but it will eventually no longer be there. Like that'll be another day in this stadium's history when, like, all right, here's the day when they push a button or, you know, they bring a wrecking ball, whatever it is, and then the place that exists doesn't exist anymore. And that's if I could like borrow this as the old guy on the show now, Sal, like that's the kind of thing your dad or your grandparents or your mom, like, oh yeah, we used to go to the people that talk about the rock pile, you know, like. I don't know.
Or the Odd.
Sure,
like,
right.
Yeah,
like maybe,
the Odd. Like, let me ask Joe, did you ever go to the Odd?
No, maybe when I was like if I did, too young to remember.
Yeah.
Right. Jeremy, so like this is how you and I know we're like we're the older guys, right? Like of this thing where when you and I were younger, how many people would tell us about the rock pile or, you know, and now we're the people sharing these stories about these places. I never went to the rock pile. I will tell you though, it's not far from my house or your house, Jeremy. Like we both live in the city. And I will take people there now to say, like, this is where OJ ran. This is where The Natural was filmed. Because, yeah, obviously it's not a stadium, but the footprint is there and they have the facade. So I don't know what's going to be like in Orchard Park, but maybe that sort of thing is going to happen where people take you and they tell you the stories. But I find myself being the person now telling the stories as kind of the older veteran who knows these things to younger people. Like Matt, last night we talked, Matt had never been to the Odd. Like Joe's never remembered the Odd.
Right.
And I think that's also the cool part of this where you have these generations who, for me, it was people telling me about the rock pile and what it was like going to the rock pile. And Murph would share great stories about about that. Murph has a great story, and I don't want to speak for him, but I know he told me he was at the first ever game at this stadium, 73. Him and John Beeline were literally walking in together as the opening kickoff was coming back for a touchdown against the Bills in preseason. Like they were walking into the game as happened, right? And we've talked about this, and I would get stories from people who've been there, and you guys are going to have Whip on, right? I mean, he'll share great stories, and now we're the people sharing these stories. And I think that's kind of a cool part for me, too.
And, Sal, you're someone that's on the sideline. I want to bring this point up. I mentioned it earlier to Joe because, while we are saying goodbye to a stadium, we're all going to still go to the same general place. It's across the street.
Right. Yes.
It's not like we're switching all those routines. But I've had another thought here, and this is,
Your tailgate spot might not change out there, right? I mean, let's be honest.
That's right. Where the camper's parked, it might just stay where it is. But I have had this thought, and I'm really thankful for this. And I know that not everyone agrees on this, but I am really glad that we're not saying goodbye to the outdoors on Sunday. I'm really, really thankful. If they had gone to a dome, I'm sure we would love it. It would have been amazing. But it would hit me differently if we had to say goodbye to outdoor football, like a number of these other markets are going to do. We're still going to be outside, and to me, it's important to me. I don't know if I ever thought I would get to that, but it really is important to me that we stayed outside.
Cleveland's getting a dome. Kansas City's getting a dome now, and there's still a very good debate about it. There's definitely people listening who think you're nuts right now, Jeremy, and say, "Are you kidding me? Should have had a dome or whatever." And I get all the debates about that, but I do think it's a bit unique. It's us, right? It's unique to Buffalo. What we love about football, and whether you wanted a dome or not wanted a dome because of whatever reasons. I know that when the schedule comes out and it's December, I'm going to Detroit or LA. Great. I get dome weather on the field. That's great. But I also will tell you the experiences that I've had because of the weather inside this stadium or other stadiums around the league, but especially this weather late in the season are unmatched and can never be matched because of that. We shared some of those stories last night. And one of them that comes to mind is one of my favorite stories about this stadium and me. And, personally, I'm on the sidelines. It's the snow game against the Dolphins in the snow on a Saturday night. Bill's wearing the red uniforms. And Bill Vinovich wants to tell the crowd to stop throwing snowballs. He sees I have a microphone on my hip, and he literally walks up to me during a TV timeout. And the referee of the game says, "Could you please announce to the crowd to stop throwing snowballs or there's going to be a penalty?" And I said, "Sir, I am on the radio. I do not have the ability to do that." And a couple of the photographers, maybe Whip was down there and Harry Skull and a bunch of the photographers, I have pictures on my phone of Bill Vinovich looking at me like he has no idea what I'm trying to explain to him. It's amazing.
That doesn't happen if there's no dome, right?
That's exactly right.
The flavor of these games, yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, final game at Highmark. All right, Sal, so the injury report, I feel like, do you look at the injury report any differently than any normal week because they are – McDermott said business as usual, but I don't get the feeling that many of us think it might be like that kind of business as usual.
Right, and I think business as usual meaning he also said you got to keep the main thing, which is you have to still prepare this week to play the New York Jets, and you have to still prepare your players to improve every game. And what I like about what Sean said earlier this week was – He recognized and he acknowledged, because this is, I think, good to be able to recognize this and publicly say it, which is there's a lot going on this week he has to balance. There's a lot he has to think about. You have how do you play the guys who are banged up? How do you play a game where, how do you play it where, you could move up seeding or you could stay where you are seeding. You're not playing for division. You also have guys you'd like to get a little bit more time for as you roll into the playoffs. You also have the offense hasn't played its best maybe. You also have the ending of Highmark and doing it right. And what he said basically was about all of that was that the main thing is how does his team improve this week? All of that, everything that comes in, how does his team improve because they have a playoff game the following week? And I think that's a really good point to try to figure out. And I think the best way they can improve is to still make sure they're concentrating on playing the New York Jets with the players they have that they're going to play this game, and to make sure they get the reps possible to be ready to play in the playoffs. I know it's not easy, and we can all have all these tentacles about it. So when you ask me about the injury report, look, I see Josh Allen as not practicing 2 days in a row. If this was middle of the season, we'd be freaking out. I'm not freaking out about that. Same, Josh Allen's he's gonna line up under center. He's gonna take at least one snap. I'm confident in that. and he'll either get out of the game then or shortly after. James Cook gets a vet rest day on a Thursday after a walkthrough. That's not normal. You know what I mean? These things are happening because they understand that they want to make sure they have their best players as healthy as possible, but at the same time, do not lose sight of the fact that they have to prepare the team for a game on Sunday.
On the quarterback situation, Sal, I think all of us expect Allen to keep the start streak going. Do you think, I talked to Joe Marino about this on Wednesday, and he thought there was an argument for Allen playing a series or two just because the offense hasn't been clicking. Would you expect that it's the one snap and he's out, or do you think it could look like a preseason game where he gets a couple of actual, throws and a couple of actual drives?
It's a good question. I don't know what to expect. I thought about this. I think Joe makes a good point, and I agree with that. And even listening to Sean this week, I think that there's a chance for that. I don't know that there's a chance that, I think there's some things that they like to clean up on offense that didn't go as well last week. One thing that I thought about you'd really like to be able to do on offense with the starting offense, and again, at what risk reward is, I think they need to start faster and better. Maybe they do take a series and go, we're going to go down the field and score real quick and show we can go out in a game and we can go down the field and score and not have a slow start and get behind, right? That might mean something to the Bills.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they want to play it that way because then what risk are you having with Josh? The other part is we talk about Josh's 40 touchdowns. I don't know if that's a deal. I'm pretty sure, though, they would love to get James Cook the rushing title.
Mm-hmm.
And two things about that. Number one, he's 47 yards ahead of Jonathan Taylor, but Taylor plays before him. There's a chance Taylor doesn't catch him. If he does catch him, you know what he needs. But then you also have Derrick Henry playing at night, who's 137 behind James Cook right now. And I just think that that's something that you have to figure out a bit. And look, if he plays and is he in the lead before Derrick Henry plays and then Henry passes him, I guess you just deal with it.
Right, and Taylor plays Houston, so there would be a chance even maybe that Taylor doesn't get it. 47 yards. Real quick, actually, one follow-up on quarterback. They don't have a third-string quarterback right now, right, Sal?
Correct.
So if something happened to Trubisky, Allen would have to go back in the game?
As of right now, that's correct, yes.
Would you expect they add some – wouldn't they want someone for the playoffs anyway eventually, or do you think – two quarterbacks for the playoffs wouldn't be out of the ordinary?
Well, the only place you'd put him is on the practice squad anyway.
Right.
If you do that this week, Joe, and you elevate a quarterback, that's one less guy you can elevate another position you're going to need guys for. That's the tricky part about this, right? So let's just say they sign a quarterback now to the practice squad today with the intention of elevating him to be the backup on Sunday. You only get two elevations. You have a lot of guys that are banged up. You're going to need those elevations for guys. So I think it's going to be tough. And it's late in the week. It's Friday. They haven't signed anybody yet. I can't imagine they're signing another quarterback right now. There's no practice. Today's like the light walkthrough practice. So no, I don't think they're going to add anybody this week just based on circumstance of how they handled this. For the playoffs, yeah, I think, and yeah, so that means that if Josh leaves the game and Trubisky plays, if something were to happen to Mitch, you have to put Josh in. And then he just hands off, basically, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could run Wildcat with however you want to do it and put a running back in. But, yeah, Josh would basically come in and just hand off and, put him at minimal risk. Now, for the playoffs, yeah, I would think you'd want a scout team quarterback. That's what the practice squad quarterback is. He basically runs a scout team. I would say, though, depending on what team you're playing, there are always guys on the roster who could kind of mimic the quarterback on the other team in a scout team situation. You know what I mean? You don't have to necessarily have one. You'd like to have one, but you don't have to have one.
Sal, question for you about preparation. You're talking about how they want to get up to a fast start. They've said before when they had a short week, I'm thinking back years ago, that when they had a short week before, they could prepare for the opponent on a short week in a previous bye week. This might have been Dallas and Thanksgiving. They started doing some work on Dallas a month before when they had time. Could they spend time this week working on the Jaguars? They've got 2 games worth of Patriot stuff. So it's likely going to be the Patriots or the Jaguars in the playoffs. I feel like you'd have your advanced scouting staff working overtime this week on Jacksonville. And even if you don't use it this week, that's a team in the playoffs. So that would be time well spent, in my opinion.
All right, so I'm going to put Joe Cali to work here if he gets a chance. Joe, dig back into last week at some point. I asked Sean McDermott this question,
okay.
Jeremy. Maybe you guys can play the sound because I'll tell you what he basically said, and then maybe Joe can play the sound for you because you're right. It's a great question. I asked Sean, basically what I asked Sean was, hey, you know the Patriots already. You haven't played the Jags. You did play the Ravens. You haven't played the Broncos. Like, how do you start thinking about those teams down the road that you might play, or do you just keep it now waiting and play the waiting game until you do know? His response was the advanced team, the advanced scout team, his analytics team, his football operations team, they are already doing work on all those teams.
Okay.
So when you ask me the question, I think what you mean is in practice. I do not think they're practicing for them. No.
No.
I think, but behind the scenes, yes. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of work being done on these teams because even Sean recognized it is a bit unique because there are so many possibilities, but we have to be ready for those possibilities as soon as they come up.
Right. Because the way that it plays out in terms of the timing, the Patriots, what they do likely decides where the Bills end up going, and they play at the same time. So you kind of can't really – I don't know if you're trying to line anybody up. I don't think the Bills would really do that, but I'd want to do a lot of work on Jacksonville this week.
mean, it's so I think you sit here and go, okay, the Chargers are going to lose, right? You think the Chargers are going to lose to the –
Yeah, they're playing their backup quarterback against the team that can lock up the 1 seed. Like, they should probably lose.
But that game is opposite the Bills. The basic way, in case, maybe you guys have talked about this morning, it's real easy for everybody out there, just so everybody understands. If the Bills lose, they're the 7th seed. If they lose Sunday, they're the 7th seed, they're going to the 2. If the Bills win and one of Chargers or Texans lose, the Bills are the 6. If the Bills win and they both lose, the Bills are the 5. So all of it is on the table. And you could easily get to, they're going to be the 6 because the Chargers will lose, the Bills are going to win, they can win with Mitch Trubisky and they want to win the game and all that. They can do that. So now you're the 6, you're going to the 3. I'm telling you, though, I still think there's a chance it could be the 5 in this scenario. The Jags need to win the division. We know that. The Texans need the Jags to lose and win to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing at the same time before the Bills. If Jacksonville is actually, like, beating Tennessee by quite a bit, wouldn't you see a scenario where Houston goes, that's it, get C.J. Stroud out, get Nico Collins out, get Will Anderson out, and then all of a sudden the Texans also lose, right?
Yeah, if I were them... And they play at the same time?
Yeah.
They're going to be scoreboard watching.
We talked about this last week. Like, if the Bills had beat the Eagles and they and the Patriots are playing at the same time, wouldn't you do the same with the Bills? Because I think if I'm the Texans and I look up at the scoreboard in the second quarter and Jacksonville's up 20-0, I'm benching everybody.
Right. Now,
I don't think that I would be doing that if I'm Houston.
If I'm Houston,
No. If I'm Houston, I'm playing for the 5. The 5.
Right.
I mean, they play.
I see what you're saying.
They got to beat Indy. I'm playing for the 5 because of all the wild card teams, they would be the one that would host. If you think the Bills are good and live, like I got to stay ahead of the Bills in case I'm going to play them at home.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah.
No, that's a great point. It's a great point. But it again goes back to a coach has to make a decision on that versus rest, right? And you keep a guy in late in the game. There was a game a few years ago where the coach kept somebody late in the game and he got hurt. And like, what are you guys doing? Why did you have him in the game? Like, you didn't need to do that. I can't remember what it was, but took a lot of heat for it. So you're right about that, Jeremy. And look, if the Bills do win and the other 2 teams lose, I do think it's possible the Bills could play another game in this stadium. I mean, it is not out of the realm in this year that the Texans or Chargers go on the road and win, or both of them suddenly. And let's just say in any scenario, I don't care which way they line up, 5, 6, 7. You got Bills, you got Chargers, you got Texans. Whichever way they fall, 5, 6, 7. It is absolutely not out of the realm of possibility that all 3 of those teams win their first game.
Yeah.
And then what you have left is 2 versus 7 and 6 versus 5.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think the Bills' chances are Sunday, Sal? With Trubisky playing most of it, if not all of it, and a handful of backups. Like, the Jets are terrible, and it's Brady Cook. So without all their guys and Trubisky, like, how big a favorite do you think the Bills really should be on Sunday?
They should still be, I don't know, at least over a field goal favorite, if not touchdown favorite. What is it now? What is the line?
I think
7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. Yeah.
I mean, I would say, and look, that bakes into everything, right? Everybody knows, Vegas knows that Josh probably isn't going to play much.
Yep.
So I think it's about right. Maybe a little bit less, but I think they have a very good chance. The Jets are not good. They're just not good. And, unless suddenly they get their first interception of the season, by the way, that is incredible to me. A team goes a whole year without an interception.
I really hope that the Bills don't throw one on Sunday, because that would be incredible.
Me too.
If the Jets do that for a whole
Especially
year.
if it's fluky, right?
Yeah.
Ball batted up in the air and a guy comes down with it. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened.
Yep.
The Jets are just not good. They have no weapons right now except for Breece Hall, I guess, Brady Cook. So Joe, I think their chances of winning are really good. The Jets are coming here, and then I thought the Jets last week would put up a fight against the Patriots. I really did, and I was so wrong. I mean, and I'm following New York media who are like, oh my God, they just laid down. They had nothing. They gave no fight whatsoever. It wasn't just the Patriots being good, which they were. The Jets just gave no fight. So now in this scenario, I'm like, okay, they're going to come to Orchard Park in this environment with the cold, and they're going to want to just get the heck out of here, I think. And I think the chances are very high for the Bills to win this game, and they're going to want to win the game.
Yeah.
You want to give a proper send off to this stadium. And if the Bills do win, if they do get to the 5, we're all going to be watching that Sunday night game like, oh my God, let it please be the Steelers, right? I mean, I think that's the conventional wisdom from Bills fans, at least.
Yes. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Game plan today for Extra Point Show?
Oh, yeah. Sean McDermott will join me today in his normal time, which is about 11:15. So we'll have Sean McDermott, and we'll just keep the train rolling with everybody calling up and giving some Highmark Stadium memories. I'd like to hear from fans today during the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
All right, very good. Sal's coming up at 10 o'clock. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Chris Brown, when we return, we'll just get to your calls. We'll keep doing that. We've got Bill Whippert, Chief Bills and Sabres photographer, joining us at 9 o'clock. He's been taking pictures inside Highmark Stadium for decades and decades, and thought we'd get his thoughts, his views through his lens, how that stadium, how the fan base, how the team has come through Highmark. So we are remembering Highmark today ahead of the final game, what is likely the final game. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. So Josh Allen's not really practicing this week, right? He's not going to play?
No, I don't think
he's going to take a snap and then get out.
He's going to keep the start streak going, and I think that is about it. I don't think they care about him. I would guess they don't care about him hitting a 40-touchdown benchmark enough, which he's one away from. There's no real incentives that I saw that are worth him going for in his contract. There was a list I saw, and he wasn't listed on it. So maybe there's something that's like award-based, but yeah, I think you don't do anything with him at all. You play him one snap, and you keep the start streak going, and you'll get half a dozen people in national TV going, "Oh, this shouldn't count," because we got that last year. But that's it. You pull him. There's no reason to risk him in any way, shape, or form.
The reason it counts is because there's a very clear difference between that streak and Brett Favre laying down for Michael Strahan. Allen could play if he wanted to.
Right.
And they're going to have him take a snap. Like, he started the game, and then coach's decision, we don't need to win this game, or whatever it might be. Like, you pull him out because you have the option to. It's not like you went out and gave him a free touchdown. He's able to play. He would play if they needed it. They don't need it, so they've kind of earned the right to play him for one snap.
I did have one thought that I decided probably not meaningful at all, so I don't think they'll act on this. But the only thought I had that maybe Allen could get a series. Beyond when we talked to Joe Marino on Wednesday, Joe Marino laid out like he thinks the offense with Allen should play a series or two, like a preseason game. Because
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they play a quarter.
Yeah, because they just got to get more on the same page right now, right? Like, the offense was bad last week. I thought of it from a different perspective is, would Allen personally not want that final Eagles throw to be his last throw at that stadium? Would he care about that at all, or would he not even think about it? Because it depends. Like, what type of person are you? If that were me, if that were the way like that I used to be with sports, like, I would be thinking about that all week. I do not want that throw to be my last throw at the stadium. So give me a series.
And you're playing a Jets team where, I mean, come on.
Oh, you should be able to light them up.
Right. All right, Sal, so the injury report, I feel like, do you look at the injury report any differently than any normal week? Because they are, McDermott said business as usual, but I don't get the feeling that many of us think it might be like that kind of business as usual.
Right, and I think business as usual meaning, he also said you got to keep the main thing, which is you have to still prepare this week to play the New York Jets. And you have to still prepare your players to improve every game. And what I like about what Sean said earlier this week was he recognized and he acknowledged, because this is, I think, good to be able to recognize this and publicly say it, which is there's a lot going on this week he has to balance. There's a lot he has to think about. You have how do you play the guys who are banged up? how do you play a game where, like, how do you play it where, yeah, you could move up seeding or you could stay where you are seeding. You're not playing for division. You also have guys you'd like to get a little bit more time for as you roll into the playoffs. You also have the offense hasn't played its best maybe. You also have the ending of Highmark and doing it right. And what he said basically was about all of that was that the main thing is how does his team improve this week? All of that, everything that comes in it, how does his team improve because they have a playoff game the following week? And I think that's a really good point to try to figure out. And I think the best way they can improve is to still make sure they're concentrating on playing the New York Jets with the players they have that they're going to play this game and to make sure they get the reps possible to be ready to play in the playoffs. I know it's not easy, and we can all have all these tentacles about it. So when you ask me about the injury report, look, I see Josh Allen as not practicing 2 days in a row. If this was middle of the season, we'd be freaking out. I'm not freaking out about that.
Same,
Josh Allen's he's gonna line up under center. He's gonna take at least one snap. I'm confident in that. And he'll either get out of the game then or shortly after. James Cook gets a vet rest day on a Thursday after a walkthrough. That's not normal. You know what I mean? These things are happening because they understand that they want to make sure they have their best players as healthy as possible, but at the same time, do not lose sight of the fact that they have to prepare the team for a game on Sunday.
Ten wins in a row for the Buffalo Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1 on New Year's Eve. They've tied the franchise record for the longest win streak and look to expand further on it. They're in Columbus tomorrow taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Team USA Olympic rosters will be released momentarily, so we'll keep you updated on that as well. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last game in Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury. And a few other players did not practice due to rest. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 on Sunday right here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. In college football, Ole Miss upsets Georgia 39-34 last night. Indiana dismantles Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Oregon shuts out Texas Tech 23-0 in the Orange Bowl. And Miami upsets Ohio State 24-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brown the lone setback, receiver to each side. And it's intercepted! Jumping up in the air is Bedford! Gets away from Burrow! 30, 20, 10, 5! Your AFC Defensive Player of the Week has done it again! Christian Bedford with a go-ahead touchdown!
Chris Brown on the call there. One of the highlights of the season at Highmark Stadium. Just announced the U.S. hockey rosters are being announced. Tage Thompson will be going to the Olympics with Team USA. They ran the graphic across the screen on today's show in such a way that it was difficult to see the names.
It was so quick.
Very weird.
They went in from the sides. Like, I'm looking for, like, did Jason Robertson make the team? Because that's been a big thing. And you never were able to see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they haven't gone back to look, so I have no... Oh, here it is again. They're doing the same thing.
It's with the women's team. Again, it's difficult to see the names.
You could never read all these names.
A bold way to do this, anyway. On to the final game at Highmark. So Tage Thompson going to the Olympics with Team USA. Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills Jets in the final game at Highmark Stadium. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How's the season, this kind of march to the end of Highmark Stadium's time hit you? And do you feel like now that we are in a spot where it is very likely the last game, that it's kind of all coming home now?
Yeah, it is. For those of us who work down at One Bills Drive, we've been doing a lot of things through the course of the season to prepare for this. So it's been squarely on our radar a bit earlier than it has been for most. Now that, we're just a couple of days away from, the last regular season game there. So it's been there. It's kind of something that's been out there, and now it's here. So I guess it is kind of hitting a little bit different. I was actually thinking this morning, the better part of my 30 years as a broadcast journalist, I've been driving out to this stadium, 20 years as an employee of the team, but even before that, just covering the team. And I was like, and then I remembered, as a college student, driving up from Geneseo with some of my Buffalo-based friends, experiencing Bills games for the first time. And I recalled, I totally forgot this initially, but I remembered I was at the 95 wild card game, Bills-Dolphins, when David White makes the interception in the fourth quarter of a tie game and the Bills go down and kick a field goal. I was sitting in the tunnel end zone for that. So, yeah, it's just, I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of thoughts and memories kind of flashing into their brain like I was this morning.
Yeah. And, it's happening in the midst of a season where Bills are having a good season, maybe not the same kind of season they've had in the last couple seasons, but that does kind of allow us to focus in on what Sunday will be, which is the goodbye game.
Right. And they do want to win the game. I think we know that because they can improve their playoff seeding with a win and a little bit of help. But at the same time, there's going to be this tricky balance with player health and going into the playoffs as healthy as possible, knowing there have been previous seasons where that hasn't been the case. But I think it will be a very nostalgic atmosphere. I think a lot of people are going to be taking a lot of extra photos, knowing they're not going to get another chance in the building to, remember what has been a very big part of their weekends for generations.
Steve Tasker and Thurman Thomas announced as the legends of the game, and we know that is it going to be you get the idea it's going to be a who's who down there come Sunday, Chris?
Yeah, I think there'll be some familiar faces rolling out there in addition to Steve and Thurman, but what good ambassadors for the team, right? A Hall of Famer and a Wall of Famer who, lived here post-career, still do. They're part of the fabric of the history of this team. So I'm confident they'll do a heck of a job out there, provided they don't get choked up themselves.
Right.
They're both emotional guys, so you never know.
Yeah. Looking back, Chris, what ends up being like one of your top memories for the stadium or your number one memory as you look back on your time going back to the 90s for you, right?
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, I was a college student for all 4 Super Bowl years, but by 1995, I was going out there once a week for an oldies station up in Niagara Falls covering this team. And then, between 95 and 96, I didn't have a game day credential yet. So I got to a couple of games as a fan. And then after that, I haven't missed a home game since 97. So, yeah, it's been a stretch. And Jeremy knows this because I always talk about the 2003 opener. Who doesn't like a game in which Tom Brady throws 4 interceptions, right? So I think he had 6 career games with 4 interceptions. 2 of them were in Highmark, the 2003 opener and the 2011 Week 3 comeback by Fitz and company to beat him, 34-31, I think. So, yeah, those were 2 special ones. And then you have, the more nondescript ones that sometimes slip through the cracks of your memory, like Week 2, 2013, I think it's EJ's first home start, and they come down the field and, throws it to Stevie with 2 seconds left. They win 24-23 with the extra point. Like during the drought years, those are memories. Big wins like that. People might laugh at it now, but that was a memorable win for a lot of Bills fans that suffered through the drought.
Yeah, I remember that game in the stands. I think that it ends with Stevie, but if I remember right, Fred Jackson had 4 catches down the field, 5 catches. It was a lot of him driving down the field.
Yeah, and for those that don't remember, he initially was ruled to be in the end zone and scored a touchdown. Or no, now I'm thinking
that's the other one.
That's 2011 New England.
And then they kneeled on it and kicked
blending.
from there.
Yeah, drought game. That happens. Yeah.
Well, it'll be a great atmosphere, no doubt. And then, of course, there are a couple things to track, Chris. We've got James Cook maybe looking for the rushing title, which that might not be that difficult to figure out what they want to do. We'll see what Jonathan Taylor does in the 1 o'clock game and then go put a number on the board and see if James Cook wants to chase it down. It'll be interesting to see how much they'd be willing to do that, right? If it's 15 yards, then okay, let's go out and get that. But if it's 68 yards, that might be different. Where do you come down on how they should handle that?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for me because I think we all know what an important part of this offense he has been. I mean, the identity of their offense now kind of runs through him to some degree. I mean, and not for nothing, guys, the Bills are also the number 2 rushing team in football now. The Ravens overtook them this past week with Derrick Henry's 200-plus yard effort at Green Bay last week. They're the number 1 rushing team in football now. And they're going to be going full bore, as you know, in the winner-take-all game between them and the Steelers Sunday night. You know, I know that offensive line would love to have the rushing title because there's not many stats for old linemen to hang their hat on. But I think everybody's got to remind themselves the top priority is the healthiest team possible going into the postseason. I think the hope is James plays in the first half, busts one for 65, and is in good shape, and you can sit him down for the second half, tell him to put on his pom-pom hat and be a cheerleader the rest of the afternoon. But that's for more important people than me to determine between now and Sunday.
Beyond Allen and Cook, who else is top of your list for guys you think probably should get a rest this Sunday?
I think Bosa being a little nicked comes to mind as a prime candidate for this. I think Deion Dawkins is a candidate for this. You're blessed at the tackle position with uncommon depth, so maybe give that guy a seat for the week. So I'm sure there'll be a handful, but as we know, guys, you can't sit everybody because you can only dress 48 if you're dressing 8 offensive linemen, and you only have 2 practice squad elevations. So people are like, oh, just sit everybody that's important, and it's not that easy. It is very much a juggling act for the coaching staff.
I just asked Sal this, that if it's mostly or all Trubisky and a handful of backups that are playing for the Bills this Sunday, Chris, what do you expect in terms of a challenge from the Jets? Like Sal, and I'm with him, feel like there's still a really, really good chance the Bills could win this game, and maybe easily. I mean, the Jets have played bad. New Orleans, they lose by 23. Miami, they lose by 24. Like, even when they've played subpar teams lately, they're still not competitive.
Yeah, they're largely non-competitive and have been for the better part of the last month. I know that Aaron Glenn actually admitted they did not have the effort last week against the Patriots. Now, does that inspire them to bounce back? I don't know. In my mind, and I said it last week when I was on with you guys, Mitchell Trubisky is more than capable of beating Brady Cook and the New York Jets. So I have no qualms about playing Mitch, the full game outside of maybe the first snap, and off you go. And you should be good enough to beat a Jets team that has, for all intents and purposes, mailed it in for the season. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident they can get the job done.
Chris Brown on the Wester Hotline. Chris, thanks for the time, and have a good call in the final game at Highmark.
All right, take care, guys.
803-0550, our phone number. Our thanks to Chris there, and we'll talk to him on Monday, of course, as part of Buffalo Bills Football Monday, and then we turn the page to the playoffs. Chris's appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high impact gear for hard-working men and women. We'll get to more of your calls. We've got Bill Whippert, who's been taking photos at the stadium for decades. He'll join us in the 9 o'clock hour. I have instant trivia for you. I have a good one.
Good.
Good instant trivia that illustrates well my point about how we only think what has happened will happen.
Okay.
Something people used to say about the Super Bowl that they can't really say right now, and Bills fans might not want them to say. That's not the best tease. That's okay. It's trivia. It's all coming up here on WGR. All right, Sal. So the injury report, I feel like, do you look at the injury report any differently than any normal week? Because they are, McDermott said business as usual, but I don't get the feeling that many of us think it might be like that kind of business as usual.
Right. And I think business as usual, meaning he also said you got to keep the main thing, which is you have to still prepare this week to play the New York Jets. And you have to still prepare your players to improve every game. And what I like about what Sean said earlier this week was he recognized and he acknowledged, because this is, I think, good to be able to recognize this and publicly say it, which is there's a lot going on this week he has to balance. There's a lot he has to think about. You have how do you play the guys who are banged up? How do you play a game where, like, how do you play it where, yeah, you could move up seeding or you could stay where you are seeding. You're not playing for division. You also have guys you'd like to get a little bit more time for as you roll into the playoffs. You also have the offense hasn't played its best maybe. You also have the ending of Highmark and doing it right. And what he said basically was about all of that was that the main thing is how does his team improve this week? All of that, everything that comes in, how does his team improve because they have a playoff game the following week? And I think that's a really good point to try to figure out. And I think the best way they can improve is to still make sure they're concentrating on playing the New York Jets with the players they have that they're going to play this game, and to make sure they get the reps possible to be ready to play in the playoffs. I know it's not easy, and we can all have all these tentacles about it. So when you ask me about the injury report, look, I see Josh Allen as not practicing 2 days in a row. If this was middle of the season, we'd be freaking out. I'm not freaking out about that.
Same,
Josh Allen's he's gonna line up under center. He's gonna take at least one snap. I'm confident in that. And he'll either get out of the game then or shortly after. James Cook gets a vet rest day on a Thursday after a walkthrough. That's not normal. You know what I mean? These things are happening because they understand that they want to make sure they have their best players as healthy as possible, but at the same time, do not lose sight of the fact that they have to prepare the team for a game on Sunday.
Well, it'll be a great atmosphere, no doubt. And then, of course, there are a couple things to track, Chris. We've got James Cook maybe looking for the rushing title, which that might not be that difficult to figure out what they want to do. We'll see what Jonathan Taylor does in the 1 o'clock game and then go put a number on the board and see if James Cook wants to chase it down. It'll be interesting to see how much they'd be willing to do that, right? If it's 15 yards, then okay, let's go out and get that. But if it's 68 yards, that might be different. Where do you come down on how they should handle that?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for me because I think we all know what an important part of this offense he has been. I mean, the identity of their offense now kind of runs through him to some degree. I mean, and not for nothing, guys, the Bills are also the number 2 rushing team in football now. The Ravens overtook them this past week with Derrick Henry's 200-plus yard effort at Green Bay last week. They're the number 1 rushing team in football now. And they're going to be going full bore, as you know, in the winner-take-all game between them and the Steelers Sunday night. You know, I know that offensive line would love to have the rushing title because there's not many stats for old linemen to hang their hat on. But I think everybody's got to remind themselves the top priority is the healthiest team possible going into the postseason. I think the hope is James plays in the first half, busts one for 65, and is in good shape, and you can sit him down for the second half, tell him to put on his pom-pom hat and be a cheerleader the rest of the afternoon. But that's for more important people than me to determine.
Hey, everybody, Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. I'm back after a couple of weeks off on a Friday. I'm back just in time for Joe, Sneaky Joe here. It's one of your best days of the year. You know why?
Why? Why is that?
Because today is a great day for you to dust off your take that the Miracle on Ice was a net negative for Team USA.
Curse.
It is one of his takes.
Oh, and I don't even think knew it was a long-term take of mine. He gave it the other day on his own.
I'll say it is a compelling argument that you make. It's entertaining, and today you got a chance to do it.
I had no idea this was a take that you already had when I said this on the air last week.
Owen made the point the other day, and it's something that I've been saying for as long as I can remember.
Yep.
Since they started leaving, Phil Kessel home for Justin Abdelkader 10 years ago.
They left Jason Robertson home for
JT Miller?
Yeah.
JT Miller, Brock Nelson, and Vincent Trocheck.
Get out of here.
A line that's going to get run over when they're out there on the ice. Basically, the take is that the team USA Hockey feels the need forever because of how they won gold in 1980, that they have to be this, we're going to work harder than you, and we're the underdogs, so that's the type of players that they go for, and they can't just be the most skilled team. They could have just been the most skilled team. I honestly think if they brought Caulfield, Jason Robertson.
Caulfield's there. He's on the team, is he?
No, Caulfield didn't make it.
I thought he did. If those three are on the team, I would be stunned if he was.
If you want, they could have just brought a roster on par at least with Canada in terms of talent. But they need a line of guys that I think the problem is, I think this is more a crisis in hockey in general, not just USA Hockey.
Yeah.
You feel the need to value guys' ability when they're being trapped in their own end, that they could block shots and play hard in the corners, and not enough value on guys that just wouldn't be trapped in their own end. Because you give me what's better? This line, who they'll do the job. They'll be tough. They'll block shots when they're out there, but when they're playing Canada's third line, they're going to be in their own end. Versus if you had Robertson and Caulfield and DeBrincat, okay, they might not be as good in their own end, but they're not going to be in their own end half the time. What's better?
I cannot believe it.
I mean, I could definitely believe it.
Well, I can believe it. Miller, I almost can't believe at all. JT Miller. He's the biggest cancer in the league. And they're just
locker room
wise? He's a nightmare to have on a team. And they're like, oh, yeah, come to this thing that is going to be intense.
He's been in 2 weeks together.
Great. He's going to scream at five guys in 2 weeks. And maybe they want that. And great, good for you. Have fun.
Yeah.
Jason Robertson should be in the top 6 of this team. Probably.
Jason Robertson has the most goals in the NHL since November 15th.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not on the team.
Didn't make Team USA.
I'm
still excited. I still think that they are basically on par with Canada.
Agreed. And Canada did a similar thing where they left.
Yeah.
They took Anthony Cirelli, which is
I saw that
a joke, really. And if you're going to take one of those guys,
they left Connor Bedard home.
Bedard's not there. Yeah, good job, guys.
Yep.
Everybody, I get it. And, I listened to Doug Armstrong yesterday talk on a few of the appearances that he made talking about Canada's roster.
Yep.
And it was just all, well, we're building a team. And, I totally understand.
Well,
you're building a team to be a functional team.
And they all give the same line, which is forever. Every GM that's ever built an international hockey team says the same line. You can't just bring an all-star team. And I'm asking, maybe someone do it once just to see what it looks like? Or really, the team that comes the closest to doing that every year is Canada, and they're the team that wins the most. I don't think that's a coincidence. Yeah. One of these times, maybe just bring the all-star team and see what it looks like. Leave the 25-goal guy that blocks shots home and bring the 50-goal guy.
Right. Everybody can understand and figure out how to kill a penalty. All these guys know how to do that. You don't need.
They usually just don't because they're spending their time doing the rest of it.
Exactly. And and if they got the opportunity, they'd probably be great at it because every superstar that does it ends up scoring shorthanded goals and making great plays because they're good at hockey. And you can take the guys that are good. It's crazy.
All of this is about 20% of the energy that would have been spent if Tage hadn't made the team, though. I'll say that.
You'd have been upset. A lot of people would have been.
Although I will say I think Robertson not making the team is worse than if Tage hadn't made the team.
That's probably right.
Was going to say, I hate to say this, but I would trade Tage for Robertson on that team.
I would too, but they both should have been on it.
Exactly. So. You shouldn't have to, but.
Football Friday, 803-0550. The Sabres have won 10 in a row. And next play the 26th place team, and then the 31st place team, then the 22nd place team, and then a 5-game homestand.
Yeah.
Let's go.
One more to break the franchise record. They've had 10 3 times, but they've never reached 11.
All right. 803-0550. Meanwhile, you told me that Pierre LeBrun is predicting the Sabres will trade Alex Tuch at the deadline to the Kings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine if they did that in a playoff spot.
Listen, you make the playoffs, but I think it's a opportunity to, of course, if you're going to trade Alex Tuch, you're going to buy something else because you're not trying to get weaker for your stretch run here by saying it's about sustainability. If you were in a playoff spot, I would urge the GM to value that and try to stay there rather than like, oh, well, it's not that important. We don't have a 14-year drought. Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Right.
803-0550, our number. Bill Whippert at the top of the hour. We're going to talk to him, looking back stadium memories through his lens. He's been photographing the Bills and Sabres for many, many years, but lots and lots of photos taken, memories to share about Highmark Stadium. Bills and Jets coming your way on Sunday. It is Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And where
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No.
Okay.
No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. And the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake, because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, that to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said it, like we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Like yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where, with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. Like he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends. Right, we already know that. There are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I Was There coin, which I had a friend show me their I Was There coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I Was There coin. Good idea.
10 in a row for the Buffalo Sabres as they defeat Dallas 4-1. They have tied the franchise record for the longest win streak and look to expand further on it. They're in Columbus tomorrow taking on the Blue Jackets with puck drop set for 3 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Tage Thompson has been selected to Team USA's Olympic roster, as seen on the Today Show moments ago. The Buffalo Bills play what ultimately could be the last time in Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end Joey Bosa, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, and safety Jordan Poyer did not practice due to injury, and a few other players did not practice due to a rest day. Still playing for seeding. Kickoff is set for 4:25 right here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You remember your days playing shinny. Nobody wanted to be the goalie. The glamour positions were all out, but he's a hero now. Ryan Miller, the Buffalo Sabres host Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins. Every kid dreamed of moving from shinny to play in the National Hockey League. There, in the 7th game in overtime, you'd score the goal and they'd celebrate on Hockey Night in Canada. That's where the dream is staged, the Winter Classic, from the southeast corner of Ralph Wilson Stadium. Our game, the pride of Canada hockey, to the Queen City of Buffalo, the pride of Western New York.
Ralph Wilson Stadium at the time hosting the Winter Classic. We are looking back on Highmark's history ahead of Bills Jets Sunday 4:25. When I found out this game was 4:25, I was upset. I thought it should have been a 1 o'clock game, but that's fine. That's fine. We've got the we had flyover radio earlier. We'll have a Chinook and 2 Blackhawks and an Apache, a 4 helicopter formation over Highmark on Sunday, and we're going to catch up on 2 quick phone calls. Oh, I'm sorry. Guy waited so long and hung up right there. Jim in Connecticut, though. Jim, before we get to Bill Whippert. Hey, Jim. Good morning. And Jim's gone, too. All right. It's my own fault. We made people wait a little bit longer. Just getting through so many memories and talking to people, talking to Sal and Chris Brown. I have instant trivia for you at the end of the segment.
Do you remember who scored the only goal at the Winter Classic for the Sabres?
Brian Campbell.
Yep.
You know who missed that goal? Me.
You weren't. Why?
I was in the bathroom.
Really?
The Penguins scored a minute in first shift.
Colby Armstrong, 21 seconds in.
Yep.
From Crosby.
And the Brian Campbell goal I just didn't see. That was a day. That was a.
You missed the only goal.
I missed the only Sabre goal. That was a
They
time.
would have scored in the shootout, I'm betting.
No, I don't know.
No?
Maybe.
Kodalik went. I can't believe he wouldn't have.
The Penguins wore those baby blue jerseys.
Kodalik scored. Connolly and Afinogenov got stopped. And Letang and Crosby beat Miller.
Yep.
Yeah.
The iconic snow globe scene of the Winter Classic, which, of course, we'll all get that image of the first one conjured up once again when we watch them play at Lone Depot Park, which looks like a giant Walmart has been emptied out and a hockey rink has been put into it. If you haven't seen the pictures from the upcoming Winter Classic, in finger quotes, it's quite different. Lone Depot Park there. Joining us on the Western Hotline as we talk about the history of Highmark and look back and get some memories and talk to all of you and people that have been there a lot. Bill Whippert joins us, chief team photographer, Buffalo Sabres and Buffalo Bills. Whip, you posted something yesterday, and I saw you say 45 years taking pictures in that stadium. And then I sent you a text. I'm like, we got to talk to you because of all the people that have been there. You got a lot of games there at Highmark, and you've taken, obviously, a lot of looks through your lens.
Well, thank you very much, Jeremy. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thanks. Well, time flies when you're having fun, I guess, right? I mean, you put a number to it. 45 years is crazy. Still doing it, still love it, still fortunate to be have good hips and knees that allow me to do it. And I've got a men's league hockey game tonight at 10:30 to play, so that allows me to do that too. So I'm blessed. I'm
immediately wanting to ask if there any big collisions in your career here.
Well, it's one of the jokes we always say, hey, Bill, how was the game? And I'm like, well, my first answer is didn't get run over, didn't get wet. So this past week, didn't get run over.
There you go.
Yeah, it did get wet. So knock on wood, knock on AstroTurf. Never been run over, but it's always a concern, especially when you're kneeling, you're looking, you've got cameras, 3 different cameras in your hands, and you're trying to pay attention and do your job. So, and there's a TV cart behind you and things like that. So, fortunately, have not. The post that you saw was on my Instagram, and that one was just sort of thinking back to all the relationships and the people I've had with me on the sidelines at games. We don't really use assistants anymore. Technology has allowed for us to basically move photos quick enough. But back in the day, we had assistants that were just doing things for us. So it was a series of friends that would do it, and our daughter Stephanie later on in life, and she was able to do it. So that was me kind of thinking back to what I take out of a lot of the stuff is just the people and the relationships, and the wins and losses kind of blur sometimes, but the people you meet along the way, that's what spurred that post on.
What do you remember about your first game?
Senior in high school at St. Joe's, as I was when I started shooting Sabres games, and I looked back at some prints, and I couldn't even put them up there because they're so bad. And you couldn't even say that I was trying to be artistic. You might look at them now and say, oh, wow, that's cool. Look at the blurs and everything. And it was a night game. It was a night preseason game that I was granted a photo pass through from the then wife of Robert L. Smith, the Bills' original team photographer. We kind of a side note, I went to the same dentist that he went to, which was the Bills team dentist. So I think it was in the era before pediatric dentists. So I was literally, I'd be sitting in the waiting room with Bills players of that era, not being taken care of like a pediatric dentist would today. But, like 1976 in high school, and blurry photos, and then went on and got better, I think.
Well, so you kind of grow up as a young photographer into many different outlets, right? Like are you the UPI, the AP? Like along the way, who did you shoot for? Of course, now you're chief photographer of the Bills and the Sabres, so your access is different now. Like over the years, if you're thinking about the stadium, are you thinking about the faces of fans? Are you thinking about the faces of players, whether you had guys that are photogenic that loved the camera, guys that didn't love the camera, or iconic moments, whether it's a Taron Johnson pick six, or like when you think about, it's like the slideshow flashes for you on Highmark Stadium. What are the images that come to mind?
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of topics there. I have covered games there for a number of outlets. Originally, it was just basically freelancing as a kid, trying to figure out what I was doing and trying to learn. United Press International, somebody from my era would remember Buffalo Fan magazine. It was a really cool monthly sports magazine. It became a city magazine. Shot pictures for them. Then was hired by the Buffalo News following college at Buff State, and shot the Bills games for 15, 18 years for the Buffalo News. So I covered all the Super Bowl era teams, and leading up to it from the 80s into the 90s. And then after about 1995, I was freelance. I was still with the News, but I was freelancing the games. I shot for Topps trading cards. So a lot of the cards from that area, I photographed for Topps. When the Bills were home, I also then photographed for the Associated Press. And then in 2017, I began through my Sabres relationships and the Pagulas buying the team. I jumped on board and started doing working for the Bills. So Ben Green leads our Bills photo operations right now, and I'm one of the team photographers. And so it's been for a variety of outlets for sure. Great games that pop out. I mean, the first thing, I can argue with myself, but I'll always say the 51-3 game, which if you're from here, you know what it means. Like, right? Like that's a score. Why would you identify a game by the score? But we all know what that means, right? Like it kind of took in a lot of different eras because we weren't a great team for a while. We got pretty good. We got knocked out in the playoffs by Cleveland and Cincinnati in the years leading to that season. And then we got to the AFC Championship game, and Gulf War was going on. And I'll never forget the feeling that I was shooting that game, and it was the AFC Championship game, and I was on the field covering that game, and it felt like, wow, this is the game that other teams play in. This is what we watch the Dolphins and the Chiefs and the Broncos play in this game, and the Raiders, they play in this game. It's like now we're in it. This is the game. And to have us run away with it in the first half, and the second half, became a party, and then the knowledge that we were leaving the next day for Tampa, because that was one of the weird years where they didn't have a 2-week break for the Super Bowl. So we jumped on planes the next day to go to Tampa for our first Super Bowl, or as we call Super Bowl one.
Right.
It was the 25th, but in Buffalo vernacular, right, it's Super Bowl one.
Yeah, and that year, that's the Whitney Houston iconic, national anthem. Like the backdrop of you're the second person today to reference the backdrop of Desert Storm, Desert Shield, whichever it would have been at the time, like the one of the Iraq conflicts. How that was very much like context of that Super Bowl.
Oh, completely, and it was the AFC Championship game. I mean, there were American flags. There the fans held signs about it. The anthem was sung louder than normally, and it was a great backdrop for it, and it certainly took on a bigger role the next week in the Super Bowl. There's so many great games. I will never forget. I mean, the visuals of the snow game, the 2017. Win over the Colts in that epic snowstorm just jumps out to me. I mean, the red uniforms that day, and of course, it's all elevated because of one main thing: we won.
Yeah, right.
I think had we lost that game, the game would have been just kind of a big pain, right? Like, yeah, I was there, but whatever. And then we win that game, and it became iconic.
Yeah, for your job, do you remember thinking, was it going to be a tougher day for you when the weather had become that extreme, or maybe even you thought that would be more helpful for you?
Bad weather is never helpful. It can, in hindsight, it can become cute and nice and all that, but it's just you're. I even said it last week in that weather, and try to be an optimist. Like last week was tough. It's like you're just running uphill. To school both ways, right? But as an optimist, that weather could have been worse last week. There was no wind. So, in Buffalo terms, it wasn't that bad. It was just straight down pouring, but it wasn't windy. But heavy snow presents a problem because your autofocus likes to grab onto snowflakes and not the player that you're trying to photograph. The rain, you're shooting under cover, so it makes it hard for everybody that's on the media and the sidelines to try to do their job. So it presents a nice picture sometimes, but it makes it harder. But when you look back at it, it's so cool.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
The last game Sunday against the Jets, Bill, we might get. I'm thinking about the signs we could see in the stands, like fans bringing stuff. Of course, you've got your character fans, the way they dress up, whoever they are. Through the years, you would have had so many different people that come through those turnstiles at Highmark that are just all these different personalities that kind of add to the flavor of a stadium like Highmark.
Great fans, and we see the ones that are just down close, but I know there's just as many that are up in the 200 level and up in the upper reaches of the 300 level too, right? I mean, they're just great fans, and they're sitting there, and they don't get the notoriety, but there's some famous Bills fans that do, front row fans that dress up like either movie characters or Elvis or John that does that, and there's times you think, well, I'm not going to shoot that. They've been over photographed, but at the same time, it's always a good photo, and they go to the effort to dress up and do things. It's like they deserve to have their photo taken.
Well, the final game Sunday at Highmark Stadium. Do you feel like, having shot so many games there, it'll be emotional to you? I feel like I was surprised myself watching the Bills retrospective on the farewell to Highmark, how it hit me. I have not spent nearly as many games there as you have, but it is about the people. It's about the memories, about the people you've been next to in that building, and how we're basically all moving out together. And sometimes moving is an emotional experience, and now all of us are just kind of moving out the same day.
thankfully, we're just moving across the street.
That's
right.
And thankfully, we don't have to carry in. Well, we got to carry some of our own stuff. You got some stuff to carry.
That's okay. I'm happy to do it. I think we're moving across the street. It's emotional for sure, but the team is here. We're blessed to have a team. It's not a big market. The fact that I think a lot of us will just be continuing across the street, and those relationships will continue. And at the same, part of me is also like Sal had gone through some of the the possibilities. Like my mind is that there's still a chance that there could be another game, right? But whereas like when we closed down the odd, and I was a big part of that. That was it. They played. Sabres played Hartford Whalers. Those cool green uniforms that the Hurricanes wear once in a while now.
Yeah.
That was emotional. That was cool. I mean, that was like I had been there. I spent a lot of time at the Odd. I spent an equal amount of as much time now at Highmark. But there's a future. So I'm emotional about it. I thought the farewell documentary that our amazing content team put together was really cool. I thought it touched all the notes and the emotions and the highlights. But I think it's tempered by the fact that we're going to move across the street and make a new history.
I'm excited for that too. That part of it too. Bill, thanks so much for the time, and enjoy the one maybe final game. Possibly final game. Likely final game. Maybe we'll get one more.
We'll talk about it even further on the golf course this summer.
You know it. Thanks, Bill.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Bill Whippert, chief photographer, Buffalo Bills and Buffalo Sabres. 45 years taking pictures in that stadium. He posted, I'm like, all right, let's talk to Whip. Why not, right? A lot of memories in that stadium.
I was looking, this is the first time we've closed down a building since the Odd, right? Like that hasn't happened since then. That game, I was looking at the box score a little bit earlier, just like that was the last time this really happened.
The Odd?
Yeah. Did you know there were 22 penalties called in the third period of that game? I mean, I wasn't there. That's the game where Bulldog got thrown out, right? I always remember that story. And there were 22 penalties in the third period, so maybe maybe there was some brawling going on in the third, so that was probably a pretty good game to go to. Sabres won.
Has anyone suggested to him he needs to go get thrown out of this game on Sunday?
Oh, that's a great idea.
He's just,
yes. Someone's had to have brought that.
He's got to go get thrown out.
I for sure said that to him.
But we got to make it so like you're not banned,
right?
But just get asked to leave.
Well, you get banned. The stadium's done.
Yeah, but I don't want them to like.
You don't get banned from the new stadium.
That's what I'm saying.
Is your ban at this Highmark? Does that follow you to the new Highmark? I feel like it should be a reset. You've been banned from this building.
That's a great question. We should ask somebody about that.
That's a good question. Yeah.
I think he could get banned and be fine. Just no more games.
Just be asked to leave, sir. I was like, sorry.
Get out. Yeah.
What can he do? What's the thing he can do
to get nicely light tossed out?
Right.
A light tossing.
I don't know.
Could he just never sit down in front of somebody and just?
Yeah, he's tall.
Really
it would make you
somebody?
upset if he was in front of you. Wouldn't sit down.
Everyone's standing the whole game, though.
Do you guys want instant trivia? I have some instant trivia for you.
Yeah.
All right, instant trivia. We're going to finish our segment here, instant trivia. We could also do the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. It is a Football Friday. All right, instant trivia. How many stadiums has Bulldog been kicked out of? No, I don't know. The instant trivia is this. James Cook has a chance to win the rushing title. Now, maybe you heard someone say 1,000 times, people don't win the passing title and the Super Bowl, or the rushing title and the Super Bowl, or when's the last time the guy that led the league in receiving won the Super Bowl, right? Sometimes people point to this to make a case that like having good players is bad. Anyway, 3 players have won the rushing title and then the Super Bowl. Who are they? It has happened 5 times, but it's 3 players. If my count is correct.
3 players?
3 individuals have won the rushing title and the Super Bowl in the same season. 3.
I don't think this happened recently.
Got to be Emmitt Smith, right?
Emmitt Smith is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Just once?
Emmitt Smith achieved it in 92, 93, and 95.
Wow,
it appears.
3 times?
Man. So
Okay.
he accounts for all those extra ones. Oh, man. It can't be that. Like, this has got to be.
Barkley.
Yes, it did happen.
It did happen recently.
Last year. Saquon Barkley. This is going to kind of get to the point I was going to make. Barkley's the first to do it since 1998. Who did it in 1998?
It's post-Emmett. 98. Oh, Terrell Davis?
Correct.
Terrell Davis.
So it's the kind of thing where for like 25 years you could say, guys, this doesn't happen, then it just happens.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Like, okay, could it happen again? Could James Cook just win the rushing title and win the Super Bowl?
Right.
Had Barkley, this is my point about football, this is my point about everybody only predicting that the good quarterbacks will win, like in the Mahomes, the brain that we all have where, well, Mahomes wins, so if he's not going to win, the next guy up must be the one that's going to win because great quarterbacks always win. Here you have, running backs not going to lead the league in rushing and win the title. That hasn't happened in 25 years. Like, I'll be 2 in a row.
I'm looking
Could
at
be right there.
I'm looking at the list now. The closest anybody's come, other than Barkley recently.
Ooh.
What did the Niners do in 23? Is that a Super Bowl year for them? Is that the year they lose to the Chiefs? Yeah, it is, right?
Yes.
Okay, McCaffrey led the league in rushing.
Okay.
So they were in overtime. It's almost 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Does that bode well for our Bills?
Maybe.
Josh Jacobs was on a bad team.
You'd point out, though, that, of course, it's more likely for the rushing leader to do it than the passing leader because the passing leader is likely trying to come from behind a lot, whereas the rushing leader is on a good team that's going to push rushing yards. You're going to run up. It's correlative, for sure. You're more likely to pile up rushing yards on a good team and more likely to pile up the passing yards late on a bad team. Like, who's going to win the passing title this year?
Is it not Stafford?
I think it's Dak. Is it not Dak?
Oh, yeah, Dak.
Who did last year? Burrow.
Right.
Didn't make the playoffs. Not because he's bad, but because you're always coming.
I see what you mean. Passing leaders, Dak, Burrow, Tua, the last 3 years. There's a Mahomes year.
A Brady, a Deshaun Watson.
Oh, there's Jameis.
Jameis Winston.
Yes.
Like you kind of are mixed in with great quarterbacks, and then guy needed to come from behind a lot. Also, it's worth pointing out
there are some running backs on bad teams, and like Peterson on here a couple times. Minnesota was never that good, and I got Maurice Jones-Drew on a Jaguars team, and Zeke on Dallas.
Bell cow status,
right.
Those are how that changes.
True.
Anyway, all I'm really getting at is you shouldn't really treat any stat like that like it's predictive. Oh well, that can't happen because the guy that leads the league in passing can't win the Super Bowl. Like, sure they can.
When's the last time the leading receiver won the Super Bowl?
I don't know, but we've got a couple guys. Same thing where like the teams that has lost in the Super Bowl has been an amazing guy that had a great year.
Right.
I don't think a receiving title guy is it like Jerry Rice. It's probably been a long time.
That one might be a long time. I'm looking right now, and it's a lot of great receivers on teams that, weren't Super Bowl contenders. I mean, Diggs in 2020, that came kind of close.
Yeah, AFC Championship game.
Yep.
803-0550, the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy, as we roll along here on this Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law Car Crash. Call Salino. Call the 8s and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. I can remember the places I've sat. I think I've only sat in the clubs one time. Like in the heated seats, one time.
Okay.
And I've sat in the upper deck 100 times. And where
it wasn't the perfect game, right?
No.
Okay.
No, now I sit with my wife and our whole family. Like, we sit in the same spot for every game that we do go to. Now with kids, we go to fewer games, but we're definitely going to go to the one on Sunday, of course. Like, and the whole family. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a wake, because we're all going to say goodbye, but like there's that feeling of one last ride in the stadium. So maybe for some of you don't really feel that part of it. It's just like anything else. Like if you move out of a house, to me that was what they were talking about on the look back. Steve Tasker said it, like we were kids in this house, and I like that one really hit me. Yeah, that's exactly what this feels like. And I live in a house now where, with my kids growing up, we've created so many memories in that house. Sometimes the idea of moving out of it gets me emotional just because you'll walk away from the spot where something happened. And that's something that Tasker was saying. Like, he looks at every yard line and says, I can remember a play right there and a play right there. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, that totally resonates for me. Whether it's who I'm going with in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, who I'm watching these games with, where I'm tailgating, whether it's the camper lot or I used to be over on California with Brad Ryder back in the day. We parked in a grass lot over the years. Maybe you move around. Maybe you've been in the same spot for 30 years. Whether that's seat, whether that's where you tailgate. Maybe you had to move because of the new stadium, the bus lot. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it. So it's I feel like on Sunday, I don't know how the Bills will kind of do it all. A lot of legends, right? We already know that there are going to be a lot of legends there, and they're going to give a coin away also, the I was there coin, which I had a friend show me their I was there coin yesterday, which is the one they gave for the first game at the stadium. So,
cool.
Yeah, right. So they're doing that again, the I was there coin. Good idea. So 803-0550, if you want to share some stadium memories, I know you've been talking about them during the week, like games you went to, weather games. Can I tell you, I've had another overarching thought this week as we get closer and closer and closer to it. I didn't know when to save this thought on the stadium for, but I'm here for it today, which is I'm so glad that on Sunday we're not saying goodbye to the outdoors.
Yeah.
Imagine some of you did want a dome, and that's okay. Like, anybody can want what they want. The moving of one stadium to the next is about the next stadium. And it's not like we're moving out of that part of town. So if you park in the same parking lot for the last 10 years, chances are you maybe still park there. You can drive the same distance. How long does it take you to get to the stadium? Well, it takes me 37 minutes. It's still going to take you 37 minutes, right? It's not going to be where you all of a sudden are driving to Amherst or Batavia or, Toronto. So a lot of that is the same. But I keep having this thought as we're going to be there on Sunday. My whole family will be there. Like, we're treating this game, it might as well be the AFC Championship game. As everybody's going to be at this one for the finale.
Yeah.
And I think, man, imagine if we were sitting here in our jackets all bundled up and saying, like, well, next year we'll just be inside.
Yeah.
To me, that would feel like losing
saying goodbye to the sun also during football games.
And I'm very glad about that. I had been a domer. I don't mean to turn the conversation into that, but I had been someone that wanted that and then completely changed my mind while at the stadium. It was the perfect game against the Patriots. It's my origin story for never send me inside ever again. Right. I just want to be outside forever.
Football. Super great American football Friday frenzy.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
A lot of chatter that the loser of Ravens-Steelers coach is going to go into television, right? Whoever loses is done.
This is their 40th meeting I saw between the two, and maybe it is their last one. At least Baltimore-Pittsburgh. I could buy it. I think Harbaugh is more likely right now than Tomlin.
To stop coaching?
I think that story from a couple weeks ago about Lamar Jackson, I think something ends there. And I know there's a lot out there right now, where will Lamar Jackson go next? Will they trade? I can't imagine the Ravens getting rid of Lamar Jackson. So then I think if something changes big, I think it's the coach. I think Harbaugh's the one.
We'll see.
And Tomlin, I won't believe it. I will believe it when I see it that he's not coaching the Steelers.
That game, I mean, Aren't we tired of it? Like you said, the 40th meeting between these two.
Steelers-Ravens?
Yeah.
I mean, it's generally a pretty good game, right? Or it's a close game.
Close
Close
the final score is going to be 18-15 like it always is.
Do we know if Lamar's playing, by the way?
He is going to play.
He is playing?
Yeah,
Okay.
he said he's going to play. All right, the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. Patriots, they'll play the Dolphins with Quinn Ewers. I think they could lose that game. Yeah, I don't think they would lose the game if it meant something to them. Instead, it kind of doesn't. The 2 versus the 3. Denver going out to try and win. But Carolina, Tampa. And this game is goofy, though, because
this is the first Saturday game, 4:30.
Yes, because
both ESPN games on Saturday, by the way.
Tell me how this works one more time.
Okay, so
if Tampa wins, they don't win the division unless Atlanta loses
to New Orleans.
Right.
By Atlanta beating the Rams was very bad for the Bucs.
Yes.
Because what happens is if the Bucs win, they and Carolina are 8-9.
And then
head to head,
Atlanta could jump into
Tampa wins the tiebreaker.
Right.
Atlanta, making that a 3-way tiebreaker, goes to Carolina. So, yeah, the Bucs have to win Saturday, and then they need the Saints to beat the Falcons on Sunday 1. Which, by the way, that might not be as tough as you think, because with Tyler Shuck, it's looked a lot better. I think they're 5-3 since he started, and he's looked pretty good. He is plus 120, I saw, to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Olave's not going to play in that game. He had a blood clot.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that's bad news for the Saints.
But yeah, it's not for the division.
Can I offer a Let's Get Stupid?
Go ahead.
Why are we doing 3-way tiebreakers are settled like that? Why is anybody doing that? You have 4 teams in a division. If 3 of them are tied, something else. Point differential. Done. Just point differential.
That would make it more fun, like, in the games.
Right. When I think, here's where it's Let's Get Stupid. If you're watching, a Premier League game, and your team is winning, and your team's in the title race, every goal matters.
Right.
You end up in a tie. Guess what the first tiebreaker is? It is not head-to-head. It is what was your goal differential? That wins the title. The whole title. Not just the division title. The whole thing. So
instead of going down to, I think it's common games.
Forget that. Right. 3-way tie in the division. When we get to a 3-way tie, point differential. Done.
Right.
Who cares who beat who? How'd you do in your entire game? You score more points than everybody else? I don't know what that would look like. Because every once in a strange while, we get an NFL game where point differential might matter. You remember this from like 1998 or something?
There's a clip from Chris Berman doing primetime.
Right.
And it's like the greatest. It's the greatest 2.5 minutes I've ever seen of like ESPN primetime.
Right. So
the Packers and someone else were fighting for a right. It was the tiebreaker was point differential, so they were up by like 30, but they were still like racing to score depending on what was happening in the other game. It was awesome.
So here's what you were looking at. If this in fact were it, you would have the Bucs needing to really pour on the points against Carolina. They're down 34 points in point differential. So
okay.
All right. Here are the Bucs. They have to beat Carolina by 35.
Yeah.
And if they do that, they'd probably be in good shape. Meanwhile, all these teams have a terrible point differential. It's minus 33 for the Bucs, minus 50 for Atlanta, and minus 67 for Carolina.
But imagine like the Bucs win, and like let's say they win by 1. The Falcons are like it's not just winning. Like you can make it, but you got to win by
20, 18 in this case.
18,
right? Yeah.
That would create even more. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
It'd be better. We're not going to do that, though.
Saturday late game is Seattle and San Francisco.
For the 1 seed.
Yeah.
It's funny. If you could probably do this with a lot of teams. If you gave Seattle's defense and San Francisco's offense, that team would go 17-0. It would be unstoppable.
Yeah, Purdy has 10 touchdowns in the last 2 games.
The Niners' offense looks unstoppable. The Seattle defense is incredible.
Yep.
And I just don't know if the Niners can stop anybody. That's the thing. Like
they're so injured.
They might be the 1 seed. I don't know if they have the
It might come down to who do you trust least, the Niners defense or Darnold? Well, I think I might trust the Niners defense less.
Darnold will be fine against the Niners defense. I think he will be.
He stinks against the Rams.
Right.
But, yeah, I think he'll be okay. I'd pick Seattle to win that game.
I don't know what to make of the NFC. I mean, like, I thought the Rams I have thought the Rams are the best team in the league for a while, and they have 2 goofy losses now.
Yep.
Earlier this year, these 2 teams finished 17-13. Like, I don't know if that's going to happen again. I bet the Niners are going to be fine offensively, and I would think Seattle will too. Darnold, 16 of 23 for 150 in that game.
Oof.
Yeah.
What week was that?
He threw for 150, and 124 of it was to JSN. That's September 12th.
Well, the Niners might have had a lot of people healthy at that point that they don't have now on defense.
Yeah, I might be right.
Bosa might have been playing.
Your Super Great American Football Friday frenzy. The
Sunday games.
Broncos and Chargers.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be stunning if that doesn't just go the way.
Can I make one quick case for why maybe you could be open to it?
You could try. I'll make the case that both teams want this game over at halftime.
Okay, that's fine.
Like if Denver gets up 17-0 at half, like we're just going to run clock and get out of here. You get your 1 seed. We're going to go in healthy as the 7. We're fine with that.
Here's my defense for why maybe you should be open to it being a close game. The Denver Broncos have played 1-score games this season against the Tennessee Titans, the New York Jets, the New York Giants, the Las Vegas Raiders twice, and also the Kansas City Chiefs with, what was the quarterback's name? Chris Oladukin.
Yeah.
They played 1-score games against every single one of those teams. They play bad teams, and it always comes down to the end. And this is a bad team with Trey Lance at quarterback, but it is a good defense. I don't know how many they're playing there.
Shockingly, they lose. Let's put that out there for a minute.
Okay.
I guess, what do we want? Do we want them to lose? Do you want somebody else to get the 1 seed? What's the spot if you're the Bills?
I think
you're the 6 or the 7. How should you want the 1, 2, 3 to lay out?
I'd rather have Denver than Jacksonville. I want anything that isn't Jacksonville.
Okay.
That's my current goal. If it's New England or Denver, and that kind of would be it. Let's say the Bills, everything else goes chalk. No, that wouldn't be the case because if the Chargers win, they'd be ahead of the Bills, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm into the 7, then that would come down to Denver or New England, right? And I think I'd rather play New England.
Well, here's the thing. You can go to ESPN's playoff machine and just click all win percentage. If the week goes chalk, Denver wins, New England wins, Jacksonville wins, the Bills win.
It's going to be Bills-Jags.
It's going to be Bills-Jags.
And I don't want that.
If you just flip the Chargers to shock the Broncos and everything else goes chalk, it's Bills-Jags.
Is it in a different seed, though?
7 and 2.
Okay.
Instead of 6 and 3.
Well, that's the worst. I don't like that.
Because if you do that,
I would need something else to avoid Jacksonville. So how do they get to play Denver? Is that even possible?
No. Really, the way to avoid Jacksonville, if you want to avoid Jacksonville, is Miami. You root for Miami to play. Okay. Miami wins. The Bills are the 6. New England's the 3.
All right.
New England drops in the 3. If you want New England,
I want New England.
You're rooting for Quinn Ewers and the Dolphins to beat a Patriots team dealing with plenty of, finger quotes, distractions.
Yeah.
Between Diggs and Christian Barmore now. And Mike Vrabel, quote of the day, not troubling at all? Not a distraction at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to play New England. Not even just for the emotional reasons. I've heard a lot of that this week. I don't want to play New England because I don't want my season to end to the Patriots. They're already ahead in the one-on-one battle. You split with them and they won the division. They feel like they've won the season over you. You beat them in the postseason. It's basically neutralized. Who cares who won the division if you end their season? I want that. And that's not even the main reason. The main reason I want New England is because I think they're the worst team. I think they have the best quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think everything else, New England running the ball, up front, defense, them getting Milton Williams back might change things a little bit, or maybe even a lot of bit, because they're a very different defense when he plays. But otherwise, defensively, they rank in the bottom 10 in both categories. That is not a complete football team. And the Bills have a good pass defense. If the good pass defense can limit Drake May, I think the Patriots are the best matchup for them on paper.
I agree. Yeah, I would be picking the Bills to beat the Patriots in the opening round if they played. And for the Jags, I'd be a lot more nervous about it.
Is there any other game on Sunday that has any meaning?
Not really.
Other than seeding one way or another? I mean, Texans and Jaguars are fighting for the division still, but Jacksonville, it would be stunning if the Titans are competitive with them. And that's kind of it.
You know who's got an interesting game is Chicago. The Bears are home against the Lions. I bet the Lions, who are out of it, will not quit at all.
Amon-Ra St. Brown today said he's playing.
Yeah, they're going to play hard.
Through injury, yeah.
They're going to play hard and try and beat the Bears. And where the Bears end up in the AFC or the NFC playoff picture, like we'll see. If
it's the 2 or the 3 for them, right?
It's the 2 or the 3. If they were to lose, if right now where they are, they'd be playing the Packers. If they were to lose, they drop to the 3 and they play the Niners, who they just lost to.
Yep.
And man, San Francisco at Chicago for a playoff game, that'd be fireworks.
There is also, I think, a lot at stake in terms of the draft order this week because the Raiders are in the number 1 spot. They play the Chiefs. I mean, they're quitting, right? The Raiders. So they should lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. How close is that? It's a third-string quarterback.
I think they'll lose.
They'll probably lose. Then you have 5 teams, all with 3 losses, and 2 teams with 4. So you could have a ton of movement between 2 and 7. Like the Giants, I don't know what the tiebreakers are. The Giants, like, could they fall to 7 by winning on Sunday?
You know where you can
there
do
might
this?
become an outcome.
You can do this at the New York Times playoff machine. Punch in any one of these teams, and then instead of playoffs, you go get the number 1 pick. It's a drop down that's right there.
Oh, okay.
The Giants are 23% to get the number 1 pick, and the game that matters the most, of course, is like if the Raiders win,
yeah,
and the Giants do lose, they'd be at 70% to get the number 1 pick.
Okay, because Jets, Titans, Cardinals are all right there also.
But here's the thing: it is such a fine line that the number of games that matter for the Giants to get the number 1 pick, they're all in here. Like Seahawks, Niners would matter greatly to the Giants getting the number 1 pick.
Okay.
And so would Lions, Bears, and these are not teams that are near the top, right?
Right.
So
like that's like the strength of whatever.
Strength of victory, strength of schedule, all that. Like, yeah, I just clicked 2. Bears, Seahawks, Raiders, Cowboys. The Giants pick first.
Yeah.
And that's like, how do the Bears and the Seahawks slot in there? I don't know, but they do.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Of the teams that are still within 1 game of the first pick, I'm trying to think, like, is there anyone I would prefer has the number 1 pick? The quarterback's not good enough, I don't think, to really care too much about it. Like, I guess
Mendoza?
I guess you,
or who? Which one?
Mendoza. I guess you prefer the Jets don't have it just because they're in the division.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the NFL machine to sink its teeth into Fernando Mendoza.
He's a weird cat.
Yes.
He's a weird dude.
Yes, he is. He is an interesting interview, and I don't know what...
He likes to stare into the camera when he's doing interviews.
It is very different. And the NFL media machine is going to come for that kid, and he's going to be called weird. And
they seem to be like a leader of men. Is that going to be questioned?
Maybe. I shouldn't say, like, I can't wait for it. I don't want him to get character assassinated like everybody does in the draft. But it's just going to be fascinating how he is talked about. So anyway.
Send him to Arizona. I'm not that terrified of him really at all, but don't need the Jets getting the first pick.
It's your Super Great American Football Friday frenzy. On Monday, we're back and we're talking playoffs.
Yes, we are.
Matchup in the playoffs.
We'll know.
New England, Jacksonville. Who do you think it'll be? It's probably most likely Jacksonville.
I think it's going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I am very terrified of that matchup. I think right now I would pick the Jags to beat the Bills at home.
I don't know.
I think it's the only team the Bills could match up with in the first round where I would pick the other side. I would pick the Bills to beat every other team in the first round. Maybe I could get there by next week, but at the moment you told me it's Bills, Jags, I'm picking the Jags.
Yeah.
They do everything well. They have the line to expose if they can stop the Bills' ground game, which they are the 4th best rush defense in the league by DVOA this year, they can make the Bills have to throw it, and they're very good against the pass as well. I just think they could stifle the Bills in similar ways that the Eagles did, that the Texans did, and the difference is they have an explosive offense that is pretty well balanced. Like, I just think I think if Lawrence doesn't screw up, they're going through the AFC. It's going to just come down to whether he has one game where he implodes. The rest of it, and the coach I like a lot, I think they're really good. They're really, really good.
Lawrence, he had the comeback win against the Chargers.
Yeah, he had 4 touchdowns, 4 picks.
Yeah.
And he won.
4 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's not been turning the ball over a lot lately at all.
No.
Where'd they lose last year? Was it Kansas City? Yeah, they lost 27-20 to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He went for 217, a touchdown, and a pick.
That's the year you're going back to where they won a playoff game?
2023, yeah.
That game, Mahomes got hurt also.
Okay.
So did Mahomes play through it? Or maybe that's the game where he got mad that they took him out?
And they put him back in.
Okay.
He went back in. That's not the Chad Henne game, I don't think. That was against the Browns.
Right, okay.
All right, we'll wrap things up. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. All right, Sal, so the injury report, I feel like, do you look at the injury report any differently than any normal week? Because they are, McDermott said business as usual, but I don't get the feeling that many of us think it might be like that kind of business as usual.
Right, and I think business as usual meaning, he also said you got to keep the main thing, which is you have to still prepare this week to play the New York Jets. And you have to still prepare your players to improve every game. And what I like about what Sean said earlier this week was he recognized and he acknowledged, because this is, I think, good to be able to recognize this and publicly say it, which is there's a lot going on this week he has to balance. There's a lot he has to think about. You have how do you play the guys who are banged up? How do you play a game where, like, how do you play it where, yeah, you could move up seeding or you could stay where you are seeding. You're not playing for division. You also have guys you'd like to get a little bit more time for as you roll into the playoffs. You also have the offense hasn't played its best maybe. You also have the ending of Highmark and doing it right. And what he said basically was about all of that was that the main thing is how does his team improve this week? All of that, everything that comes in, how does his team improve because they have a playoff game the following week? And I think that's a really good point to try to figure out. And I think the best way they can improve is to still make sure they're concentrating on playing the New York Jets with the players they have that they're going to play this game, and to make sure they get the reps possible to be ready to play in the playoffs. I know it's not easy, and we can all have all these tentacles about it. So when you ask me about the injury report, look, I see Josh Allen as not practicing 2 days in a row. If this was middle of the season, we'd be freaking out. I'm not freaking out about that.
Same,
Josh Allen's he's gonna line up under center. He's gonna take at least one snap. I'm confident in that. And he'll either get out of the game then or shortly after. James Cook gets a vet rest day on a Thursday after a walkthrough. That's not normal. You know what I mean? These things are happening because they understand that they want to make sure they have their best players as healthy as possible, but at the same time, do not lose sight of the fact that they have to prepare the team for a game on Sunday.
All right, we're wrapping up and handing off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio's here in studio, about to take over. What's up, Sal?
What's up, guys? Is this thing on? Am I good? I don't have
You're
to.
good. You're good.
I mean, yeah,
You're
I'm
good.
a
You're
different
good.
kind of mic here.
You're good.
So I'm not on video on Friday, so I wanted to say hi to everybody, and I'll let everybody know if you watch the video, the Bills retrospective, which you've been talking about a lot this morning. It's amazing,
It's
right?
so good.
It's amazing.
It's so well done.
And featured in it prominently, especially in the beginning, is Bill Munson, who he was, at the time he retired, the longest tenured Bills employee of anybody. He was with Ralph when he got the team. They moved it. He had all the schematics. He's going to join me this morning at 10:30 a.m. And I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that, because he will bring a different, unique perspective that I don't think anybody else can bring about building this stadium, what it was like, how they almost lost the team until the stadium was built, where they are now. And then Muntz was with the team until probably about maybe only 3-4 years ago, actually. Pretty cool. So he's going to join me on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott at 11:15, and then Pat Hammer for a weather check, because that's going to be important too.
So Bill would know this story. Somebody wrote to me today about how at one point there was a plan for a dome in Lancaster that didn't happen. So he know all that.
He'll know it all, and I think a lot of the OGs out there will be like, "Yeah, I remember the Bills were going to build a dome in Lancaster, kind of near Lancaster High School, I think, where it is right now, and the price tag came in a little bit higher. I heard it was. Think about this.
Yeah.
Originally tagged at $50 million, it came at $70 million.
Oh, wow.
Okay, all right.
Big difference.
So they backed out of it. The county backed out of it,
Yeah.
but there was already agreements signed, and the developer sued the county, and there were a lot of lawsuits.
Yeah.
And then they decided, let's go out to Orchard Park. So, yeah, he would know all of that.
It's like a middle-of-the-road defensive end salary these days.
It's unbelievable, right? You think about that. I know.
All right. Sal's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up as Football Friday continues here on WGR.